all my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is the first time that you're on my channel, please allow for me to introduce myself to you. My name is Vanessa Somuayina, and I'm the author and creator of various tarot and oracle decks. To date, I have published and uploaded over 580 tarot videos, and today we're going to add to this massive library with this very special reading. As you have already discovered through the title of this video, this pick a card reading is all about the faded messages that are meant just for you. And what makes this video so special is not only that I'm going to be taking my sweet time with all of these groups, but you actually get to pick twice, which is what makes this reading so personalized and interactive. You guys, I am so excited to get into your reading. So in the first part of this video, you get to pick from these 4 groups that I am about to introduce you to. And then once you've received the first part of your reading, which is based on one of these 4 groups, you get to scroll back down into the description box, click the timestamp that takes you to the angel numbers, and then for round 2 of your predictions, you get to pick an angel number of your choice in order to add on to your reading, completing all of the fated messages that are meant just for you. And if you absolutely loved this reading, found it insightful, healing, and calming, just as a little disclaimer, the extended version of this video can be found on my Patreon. The link is below in the description box. The extended version of this pick a card reading contains some sensitive information which I am not able to post on here, but rest assured that if you're just receiving your video here on YouTube, there will be a heap of information that you will find insightful and valuable. So now enough talking, let's get into it. Group number 1 corresponds to the Spirit Animal Oracle as well as the Celestine Crystal. Group number 2 corresponds to the Daily Crystal Inspiration Oracle as well as the Carnelian Crystal. Group number 3 corresponds to the Wild Muse Oracle deck as well as the Amethyst Crystal. And group number 4 corresponds to the Messages from Your Animal Spirit Guides Oracle as well as the Aquamarine Crystal. But the timestamps to all 4 of these groups can be found below in the description box as well as pinned to the top of the comment section, along with the timestamps of the 4 angel numbers that you get to pick from after you've received part 1 of your reading. So right now I will provide you with a little moment of privacy. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a little bit of extra time to meditate on these 4 groups, and then I'll be right back to guide you into your readings. All right, all my beautiful babies of the zodiac, we'll get into it now. I'll be starting off your predictions about all of the faded messages that were meant just for you, starting with the Spirit Animal Oracle deck and the Celestine Crystal. So if this is the group that you chose, then simply continue watching. And to all of my other beautiful groups as well as angel numbers, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello, all of my beautiful souls of group number 1, and welcome to the first part of your reading about all of the faded messages that are meant just for you. Now, you chose the Spirit Animal Oracle in connectivity to the Celestine Crystal to help you figure out precisely what all these faded messages are that are meant for you. This is the beautiful Celestine Crystal, which is actually a very soothing and calming stone, group number 1. Excellent choice if you have been feeling anxious, tired, but in a way still kind of running at 1,000,000 miles an hour, if you know what I mean. Just burnt out and exhausted. That may be why you felt drawn to this stone in the first place and why you really need its healing energies, even if it's just through your phone or TV screen, whichever screen you're watching this reading on right now. Maybe you're even just listening in and know that the Celestine is bringing its healing energies to you as we delve into your reading about all of the faded messages that are meant just for you, group number 1. Now let's get into it. First up, we've got the horse spirit as well as the groundhog spirit. What I immediately notice here is master number 33 in the horse spirit. Now, in numerology, the number 3 is a number of expression, of growth, and master number 33 shows that there will be some rapid expansion when it comes to your freedom. And in connectivity to the groundhog spirit and this message of time to let go, know that there will be a huge kind of change when it comes to freedom in relationships, financial freedom, and your time and schedule overall. So it could be that you're freeing yourself from a toxic relationship or a situationship that has been wasting your time. So you've got this immense freedom coming towards you immediately, but also know that financial freedom may be just around the corner, as freedom is yours and it's time to let go of the past, which was the opposite, right? Which was the lack of financial freedom, where you're just kind of holding onto your heart and hoping that everything will go okay, hoping that you will not be in a even more difficult situation financially or professionally. I can see here within the starfish spirit that because you have opened yourself to infinite possibility, group number one, you are being rewarded. So definitely understand here that a fated message meant to find you is that the more open that you are to possibility of being successful, of finding true love, of being healthy, happy, and proud of your body and mind, the more you will be able to attract these things in. But in order to have such a winner's mindset, it is time to let go of any mindset that is not in the same area code as that. And once you've done it, as we spoke about in the horse spirit with master number 33, freedom is yours, whether that is financial freedom, emotional freedom, whether that is the freedom to travel the world and work along the way. Definitely know here that the message meant to find you in the squirrel spirit is to believe in yourself. It is truly like our guides are here with us right now, group number one, and encouraging you to believe in yourself, no matter how often others have told you that your dreams are unrealistic or they're too big or you should come back down to earth and be more humble. Group one, that is just a reflection of how they feel about themselves. If someone says to you, you're dreaming too big or your goals are unrealistic, that is how they feel. That does not have to be your reality, and it shall not be your reality. Please leave a star emoji below in the comment section to manifest, to let me and others know that you believe that you are a star. You are deserving of the things that you desire, whether that is your dream job and occupation, whether that is to be able to travel to 50 countries throughout your lifetime, or 100 or 200. You are deserving of your goals and aspirations. So leave that star emoji below just to let me and others know that you're within group number one, you're listening in, and you are manifesting this reality into being and putting naysayers to the side. The squirrel spirit also reminds you of the fact that even though you may feel like you're a little guy or like you're not as advanced or as knowledgeable as you could be professionally, maybe creatively, we are all learning along the way, and there has never been anyone who tried something the first time and mastered it and was immediately successful at it. When we see an overnight success, it is actually often years in the making, but they just break through overnight, right? Like, for example, artists, they maybe studied the art form that they're creating. Musicians have been doing music for a long time, singing for a long time. They aren't really an overnight success if you think about it. They just got famous overnight. They just got noticed overnight. However, they have been practicing their art for years, and that in itself is success. And within our society, it seems like success is determined by notoriety, but we are kind of redefining success. And for you to just be determined, disciplined, and staying on the ball with things that bring you joy, that is success in itself. And well, you may gain notoriety overnight, but know that you're already a success prior to that happening. Next up, we've got the bat spirit. A rebirth is assured. That's a message that the bat spirit brings with it into your reading, group number one. I want you to know here within the bat spirit that you are for sure going to go through some sort of metamorphosis. You're going to go through some sort of change where you feel as though you are an entirely different being than you've ever been before. You will see things almost seemingly upside down from such a different perspective. It's like doing a complete 180 180, all of my beautiful souls of group number 1. And I want you to look forward to this rebirth. I want you to know that what comes next for you, why you're receiving this fated message, is just to prepare you that a lot of things that you believe to be true now, a lot of beliefs that you hold as near and dear to your heart as you possibly can. Like, for example, certain family values. Maybe you feel like traditional relationships are the right ones. Maybe you feel like you found the perfect diet or the perfect way to see politics. But know here within the Bat Spirit that all that is going to change profoundly because of someone coming into your life that is just going to turn everything upside down, but in a good way. They will make you think and make you reconsider whether there's also a different way to see the world. I can see here within the 5 of Swords that what that will end up doing is that all of the beliefs that you thought were so important to you and made you who you are, when you show flexibility in that, you will find that some people will turn their backs on you. But the good thing about this is that you will know who's a real one, who's really there for you, who's a true friend or a true ride or die proponent of your mental health. Look at it this way, group number 1. For example, when I went plant-based, when I went vegan, this is almost 10 years ago, people said I was crazy, I was extreme, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm probably not going to make it very long because of health issues and I'm going to deteriorate. And while, you may call someone crazy or their health may deteriorate because of a change in diet or other factors, those comments are not very helpful, whether they're true or not. I would say they're not true, but you know what? I'm open-minded enough to know that anything is possible. And the more that I know, the more that I understand I actually don't know anything at all. But let's get back to the point here with the 5 of Swords and my little story I was telling you, group number 1. So I noticed that some people walked away when I turned more spiritual, when I tried to align my core beliefs and values with the things I was putting in my body, with how I was moving my body, with how I was interacting with the world around me, whether I was engaging in any gossip or toxic behavior or simply staying away from those things. And when you start to see people walking away, the less you're involved in drama and negativity, you know that that is the crowd that would have kept you rooted in a place that you can now grow from. I think we've all been in a space where we have gossiped, spoken about others, maybe even made fun of another person. We've done things we're not proud of, and everyone has a right to have their experiences. Not that it makes it okay to make fun of someone or to gossip or to talk behind someone's back, but I think as human beings, we all experience this at some point. One thing that is our responsibility, though, is to see what is right, to see what is actually good for society, good for the surrounding, good for ourselves, and abandon all of these kind of childish, immature behaviors once we realize that we have excelled and grown past that. But when we're kids, we are allowed and supposed to just be kids so that we can learn. But of course, if you're able to be drama-free from the moment you were born, then good on you, all of my beautiful souls of group 1. Next up, we have got the 3 of Wands. As you can see here in the 3 of Wands, you're holding on to one of these wands. The others are kind of left behind and you're not looking back. So a fated message meant to find you is to be unafraid, to walk away and leave certain things behind, to abandon things. Now here, the Suit of Wands corresponds to the element of fire and it stands for anything that sparks those creative fires within you. So if you, for example, love to paint or create music and you started creating something and it's good, but it's not quite there yet, sometimes, you have to start a project from zero. You have to abandon what you already have, even if it's good, but it's not quite it. You know what I mean? And it can be very frustrating, especially if you've put a lot of time and effort into something. Like if I've put a lot of time and effort into a video, but I feel like it's just not quite it for the unicorn family, just not quite it for my beautiful viewers, I have to walk away. I have to abandon it. I have to take what I can, the knowledge, what I've learned, but I have to abandon the files, even though I have already spent hours maybe creating or editing. Sometimes you just need to let go and start afresh and stop wasting even more time. Stop putting yourself in a position where it makes it even harder to let go, because now you've committed even more time, even more energy. Know when to walk away. The same also goes, of course, for romantic relationships. We spoke about the groundhog, but prior to us now mentioning the groundhog again, we spoke about the groundhog and letting go professionally speaking. But I also want to just reiterate how the groundhog is holding a heart, which is known symbolically, of course, as also a symbol of romantic love, of being with someone who you hope adores and respects you and loves you as much as you do them, as much as you love and respect and adore them. But if that isn't the case, again, a willingness to walk away, that is also one of the most attractive things you can have, group number one. Trust me. The Queen of Pentacles shows me that anybody who you are in a situationship with or dating or just casually seeing, when they realize that you have the willingness to walk away, the willingness to just say, you know what? I am better than this situationship that is not giving me any stability, no clarity, no sense of feeling loved whatsoever. People will slowly start to think, oh man, if this person values themselves that much that they don't want to be in a situationship and they're willing to walk away, that means they are truly somehow very worthy. They are truly remarkable. They are truly one of a kind. You need to believe that you are one of a kind in order for others to see and believe it. If you see yourself as unworthy, so will others. I want you to know here, group number one, and I hope that you can appreciate me being so direct and like a big sis and very honest and upfront with you. And furthermore, for the uncensored and kind of longer version of this video where we have the extension of the groups, make sure you check out my Patreon for that if you're loving your reading and you want to see even more of it, if you're truly connecting with it and you're finding a lot of value and insight out of it. Know here within the 10 of Swords reverse that things are going to start on a happier note moving forward. The 10 of Swords reverse shows that you have dealt with a lot of heaviness, a lot of demons, a lot of challenges that other people would be too afraid to even look in the eye. And because you've done that, you've engaged in shadow work, you've made sure that you take care of the sides of you that struggle with childhood trauma. And yes, maybe it's not perfect yet. Maybe there's still a lot to learn and a lot to do and explore when it comes to your shadow side. But know here, group number one, that better days are coming. This is a faded message meant to find you, especially if you have been holding on to anything that makes you look at your heart just as the groundhog is looking at it here, like it's this little fragile thing, when you should see your heart as limitless, as huge, as pure love and something that's indestructible. But believe me, being in relationships with people who are narcissistic, who are traumatized themselves, who potentially also are just hurt and want to hurt, that will leave you feeling small and fragile and very vulnerable. So that is where it's important for you to know here within the uncreated that there is still a version of you out here that is stronger than you've ever known, that you are going to give yourself an immense amount of credit for the still uncreated version of you, the version of you that you are about to become, your highest self, that version of yourself that you look at and think to yourself, man, I am so proud of how far I've come. I am so proud of who I have become throughout the years and how I did not allow for any adversity to hold me back or to make me feel like I couldn't overcome challenges. Next up, we've got lead. So I want you to know here within lead, this is a very thick, heavy, dense substance. And here within lead, I want you to also understand, in correlation to your reading, to stay rooted in what feels right. Your beliefs, your core beliefs may change, but who you are as a person and who you are when it comes to your values as a human being, that is not going to change. Just your awareness of how the world works. Let me give you an example. You may, for example, really, really love animals, or it may be very important to you that people don't get exploited. And that is where, for me personally, I found that if I really love animals and I look into how they are being treated where I live in my country with the meat and dairy industry, I would just rather not eat them and not support them. And that is me living my values. But of course, I used to eat animals and dairy and all of those things because I didn't know any differently. You don't know what you don't know. That's just how I grew up. That is how the majority of the world lives. And this is not to tell you that you have to do something that I'm doing. It's just to show you how when I learned about the industry, when I learned about that truth, then I changed in order for my core values to reflect on what I was actually doing. The same goes for example, beauty products. When I learned how damaging the ingredient fragrance or perfume is for your skin in beauty products, I then looked at it with a fine-tooth comb every time I purchased something, just in order to make sure that I didn't have that harmful ingredient in there. Same goes for fast fashion. You look into it a lot more when you actually know how harmful it can be to the planet and to other human beings. Next up, we've got autumn for you. So we've got a very fiery, beautiful, scenic depiction of autumn here for you, group number 1. I want you to know here within autumn that this is a time, again, of letting go. Just as during autumn and I'd say the start of winter, the trees lose their leaves, they let go because it is time to save energy for the winter, to make it through the winter. The same goes for you. Remind yourself that things that are weighing on you heavily, taking away your energy, simply let them go. Group number 1. You do not deserve to constantly be in fight or flight mode or not know where you stand with another person. If I am speaking to someone right now, someone who is waiting for a text, maybe you are waiting for that phone call, for that message, for the person to view your story, the situationship, the person who says they just want to see where things go, or they're not sure where you're going to be a couple months from now. The person that said to you, let's see. It could even be a boss that's saying this to you about a promotion. They are stringing you along. And that is where the whole letting go comes into play. That is why you're here receiving this fated message. You are strongly being encouraged to not waste any of your precious time on someone who doesn't see enough value in you to make sure that they keep you around no matter what. Here within the glass, remind yourself that when you look through the looking glass, seeing all of the beautiful details and multifaceted sides of who you are, the fact that you're a little nerdy, but you're also cute. You can be a little flirty and at the same time very serious. And you have a mystical side to you, but also a lot of rationality. Just the fact that there's so much color, beauty, and depth within you. You deserve to surround yourself with people who see that, who value that, and who show you that they care to keep you around, that they care to have you in their life more than anything. Here within the drowned king, understand that there are also some drowned kings out here. Some people who used to be at the top, who for some reason fell off, and they can be very bitter and they may want to drag you down as well, whether it's romantic or platonic. It could be a family member, someone who's a little older, right? Extended family. A person who has lived their life to a certain extent and they're not happy with how they lived it, and they can see you being all fresh, young. Maybe you're not even that young, but they can just see the fresh energy in you, the energy of limitlessness, and it can make them a little jealous. It can trigger people who feel like their life has already passed them by and they didn't really live it the way that they wanted to. So know that again, often people's mean or unkind words, people's reactions are more often a reflection of how they feel about themselves rather than something that you're actually doing or you've actually contributed to make them feel away. Next, we have got the King of Crystals. Now here within the King of Crystals, I want you to know that the drowned King is someone who's a fire sign, who has strong fire sign placements in their birth chart. That means Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. If you've got one of these signs in your life and they're just bringing you drama, issues, and difficulties, cut them out of your life. Let that leaf fall. Know that that fruit is never going to ripen, just as there are sometimes fruit that you will never be able to enjoy, eat, or that will never be good for you, especially if you're allergic to it. You can twist and turn it as much as you want. It will just never be for you, group number one. And that's what we've got here in the King of Crystals. Now, the Hanged Man is very similar to the bat that we had before. The Hanged Man, by the way, within the tarot, is a card that speaks of seeing things from a different perspective. The Hanged Man corresponds to the number 12, and it is also symbolic of letting go again. So the faded message that continues to repeat itself for you, group number one, is let go, let go, let go. That's what I keep hearing from your guides. I keep hearing, let it go, move on, let it go, see things from a perspective of growth and learning, and there are better things out there. In the distance, that's one thing that I'm hearing, especially in connectivity to the glass. Seeing things from a distance. Look at relationships and situationships from a distance, and you will find what the real issue was. Like, in the moment, you may not be able to understand why someone can't commit, or why a friend is actually being horrible and a frenemy to you. But when you gain the distance, when you see things from a different perspective, you will then see the jealousy, the fact that they may have not healed or loved themselves enough at the point where you were trying to figure things out with them, and potentially also just how much you were actually rescued, how much the universe helped you dodge a bullet, really. Next up, we have got the Eight of Crystals. So we're going to move more deeply into your reading. Don't worry about that, group number one. This video is meant to be so detailed, with us just spending so much time together, just speaking, just seeing what messages are here for you. So know here that things are going to move very rapidly from here on out when it comes to the messages, to your reading, when it comes to the information that you're receiving. It's going to be a little bit fast-paced. There won't be as many repetitions. The repetition of letting go and moving on just needed to be reiterated now at the beginning of your reading, but the universe is telling you to prepare for excitement, for more information, and for things being shared with you once, to remember those things and to know that everything is being shared very rapidly. It may make sense to write certain things down as well, especially once you have kind of taken on board the letting go, and knowing that you will go way further, way more quickly once you have dropped some of the anchors, some of the dead weight that is in your life. Next up, we've got the Knight of Blades, which again shows rapid thoughts, rapid movement, just overall a fighting spirit within you. And that's where we're going with our continued faded messages that were meant just for you. So group number one, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be back with you to continue your reading as we go even more in depth into the faded messages that you were meant to receive. So just hang on tight. You don't need to do anything. I'll be right back to guide you more deeply into your tarot reading. Welcome back, group number one. Did you miss me? I can't wait to delve even more deeply into your reading. I had a little ice cream while cleansing the space and cleaning it up for you, so I am definitely re-energized to move into your reading. I'm hearing something about nature all the time as we speak, and we've got calcification here. I definitely want you to know here with calcification that a message that you're destined to receive is that hardening is something that happens over time when you experience pain over and over again. And I definitely see here what we've got with the color red, as well as these birds that are kind of in motion, that the best place for you to dissolve any kind of calcification which has occurred, any hardening of your emotions, of your feelings, maybe calcification, quite literally speaking, in your bones, a great place to recharge and to kind of not feel so much pain anymore is within nature during sunset when the sky is blood red, literally. Then we've got antimony. I want you to know here within antimony that there is this part of you that is meant to still be very wild and to not let go of that part for nobody, for nothing. Know here within antimony that your instinct and your natural intuitive side is so worthy of being expressed. If you feel when you're in the nature like dancing, sitting down, howling, walking barefoot, which is also known as grounding, don't be afraid to do so, and know that you've got this innate connection to Saturn. Saturn, in case you didn't know, is the planet of structure. It's a planet that has to do with maturity, authority, and it shows here that you are really the most important governing body of your life. It makes sense. You make decisions for yourself, group number one, and it's important that you give yourself authority and the right to make a decision, and then to also stick to it, to not feel as though others can always convince you otherwise. Because when you seem unsure, people can smell, they can feel the uncertainty in you, and they will use that in order to change your mind for their benefit very often. So you've got to be careful in this day and age. And in case you didn't know, the meaning of sublimation is when a substance goes from being solid to a gaseous state, to a gas, basically. I hope that I pronounced that right, but you get the idea, group number one. We are not chemists on this channel. We are not scientists, but we get by just fine. Let's move further into your reading. We've also got ash. Okay, so I definitely see here that there are some things that are turning to ash that you maybe didn't expect to go to ashes. And here within antimony, it is something that was very much rooted in your personality that is evaporating, like we have here in sublimation, something that was solid that's now turning into a gas and is kind of poof, just fading away. All that we kind of have here is ashes. For all of my chemists or scientists out here, please don't cringe at my attempt to explain what this means when it comes to the message we're receiving from the oracle. I'm sure you guys can all follow. After all, the unicorn army is extremely smart. So a part of you that was once solid, maybe your belief in what you should do professionally, and it's kind of evaporating and going away because you're realizing that there are a lot of factors and facets about yourself that you are just uncovering. And I see here within a lightning that the more you shine light on some of the hidden talents and hidden skills that are within you, the more you will actually find that you haven't even been tapping into your highest potential, especially professionally speaking. Remember here we had Saturn, and Saturn is the planet of organization, authority, also structure. So know here that there is still a lot of improvements that you are going to make that will change your life profoundly in the most positive way when it comes to your organizational skills, when it comes to the structure in your life. If you are a chronic procrastinator, this is going to be a game changer for you when you learn to keep a journal, a schedule, an itinerary, and you don't have to perfectly keep track of everything. You don't have to be perfect at anything whatsoever. I often just write down my dream schedule for the week, and honestly, by the end of the week, I feel like still half of the things I didn't get to, but just having that visual representation allows you to do so many more tasks than if you don't write it down and don't have the visual representation. And if you feel like you can fit way more tasks into a certain time frame than you actually can, it also gives you an idea moving forward how to better organize yourself, because it gives you a better understanding of how much time each individual task takes, whether that's cooking, going grocery shopping, or maybe even a work task that you underestimated when it comes to the time consumption. I mean, I am always blown away when I go to the grocery store here and I realize how much time it actually took to get ready, to drive there, to purchase the groceries, to come back to put the groceries away. I mean, it is easily an hour, and I have now actually changed that to just ordering online because I have a basket that is often pretty much the same because I use the same things over and over again. So that saves me time. I don't need to go to the store. I don't need to use electricity because I drive an electric car. And of course, when they deliver, they use some form of gas or electricity. However, it saves me a lot of time, so I get to film more for you guys. Next up, we've got the Fool. So here within the Fool, know that a fated message meant for you is that you've got a new beginning that is coming towards you. It's going to be fruitful. It's going to be fun. You're going to have a good time. You're not going to realize how catastrophic things may be if they go wrong, just as the Fool doesn't realize that if their arm slips, they're going to fall. But it's okay, because sometimes just being a little bit naive and living in the moment, enjoying a fresh journey is just as important as calculating risks, because in order to truly live and have some new experiences in life, you can't be afraid. And just think of, for example, being a child, how often you were close to maybe hurting yourself pretty badly, but thankfully nothing happened, and somehow you made it from childhood to where you are now. Even though you did a lot of clumsy things, dangerous things, you at the time didn't know how close you were to the edge, but now thinking back, you think to yourself, wow, man, where was the parental supervision? I see here within the world that actually this beginner's mindset, this mindset of having fun, of quote unquote being a fool and just trying things, living your best life, being a little childish at times too, that really serves you, that really gives you the world, basically. The world card is the last card of the major arcana within the tarot. And I want you to know that the world does represent fulfillment, completion, the last station of your journey through life before you begin at the Fool again, which is the first card of the tarot, which corresponds to the number 0. So there's definitely this journey from the Fool to the world that just continues the cycle throughout your life. You go through many, many different cycles and different periods in life where you start as a beginner and you end up with the world, and then you start afresh again. It's like learning to read. Once you've got that down, maybe you learn the next thing. Maybe the next thing is some sort of algebra, or learning to sing, or learning to go from simply reading musical notes to actually composing your own music. Starting off from watching YouTube videos to graduating to actually making and creating your own videos, filming your own things. Being a tarot deck enthusiast, consumer, just as I was, and then I went to publishing my own tarot and oracle decks. And now who knows what the next cycle is, but you get the idea, my beautiful souls of group number 1. You start, you climb, you learn, you succeed, you come to this point of culmination where you have completed the task, and then you start on with the next thing. And that is actually what makes us humans extremely happy. As we've got here within the Queen of Blades, what your guides are trying to say to you is that you are the type of individual that needs a ton of mental stimulation. And with a ton, I mean an exorbitant amount, all of my souls of group 1. You're the type of person who appreciates someone with whom you can have a deep conversation, but also you yourself, you're being encouraged to keep learning. If you have been feeling really depressed or uninspired, I want you to know here in the Queen of Blades and the Fool that what can help you, and I know this sounds way too easy to be true or to be the solution, but just trust me on it, try it, and then come back to comment whether it helped or not. You must read a book. You must read something that interests you, something that is nonfiction, that makes you better or inspires you to do something in a way that makes your life easier. It could be a book about organization, about mental health, about diet and fitness, something you can actually apply in your day-to-day life that isn't just a story. That is what I see that you need in order to get out of a rut right now. You may think it's something way bigger or something is wrong with you. All you need is to take in new knowledge that you can apply, group number 1. You are someone who runs on knowledge, on learning new things. Don't underestimate the power of an amazing book in your hands, how that can turn everything around. I see this confirmed in the Page of Blades. I'm hearing new hobby, new beginning, more passion, more of a sense of excitement as well. That's what we've got here within the Page of Crystals, which is basically the page of the element of fire signs. And the element of fire is all about the things that bring you joy, that make you feel excited, that kind of pump the passion through your veins. And being a Page of Crystals shows that you're new at something that is very exciting, but nevertheless, that's where you're meant to be. You're capable enough to learn something new. I can see here within the Starfish Spirit, you are open to infinite possibility when you allow for yourself to adopt a beginner's mindset. When you look at yourself as a sponge that just wants to absorb any kind of knowledge you can get your hands on, and of course leave behind anything that doesn't serve you, then sky is truly the limit. There is only a cap or a limitation if you set one or if you close your mind to possibility. But that's not something that we're worried about with you, group number 1. Next up here within the Wombat Spirit, I want you to know that in order to feel more comfortable in your home and living space, you are being called to decorate it with some works of art that you have created. I see that with the Page of Crystals and the World card. So this means a painting that you have created. This means a candle that you made all by yourself. Maybe you had some old candles and you melted the wax and created a new one with it. Putting up crystals and stones in your home is also like your own art form, your own nice, beautiful, mystical touch you're putting into the space. So definitely know here that you're being called to add a little bit of extra flavor, a very, very unique touch to your living space and your home that you've created that was important for you to add. I see with the Spider Spirit that making your dreams real is also about currently living in a space that reflects that. So for example, if you want to live in a home that is beautifully decorated, that has this luxury feel to it, you don't have to spend a lot of money for little upgrades in your home to just make it feel more luxurious and more like where your highest self lives, where the version of you lives that you have in your head and you are so proud of, and that version is who you want to become, you know, that dream home. Maybe you just need to buy some paint and repaint a wall in a beautiful white color, or for example, a light beige, a baby pink, whatever it is that you see in your mind just make sure it is in line with your highest self. You may just need to exchange something little, like towels that are now kind of old and used. If you put some new towels in your space and you fold them nicely, you may already have a bit of a spa feel within your bathroom that you didn't have before. Little things like buying frames. You can get secondhand frames. I bought very affordable frames, and then I used the silver kind of foil, the silver paper type of thing, and I glued it onto the frame of the pictures that I wanted to frame. And what I did was, when I glued it on, it ended up drying like this antique silver beautiful picture frame that you would have to spend hundreds of dollars on for sure if you bought it in the store. And I just made it for a few dollars, and that just upgraded all of the frames in my home so much. I want you to know here in the lizard spirit that dreaming the world into being, that's something you do one step at a time. Like hanging up that photo that's been on your wall or on your desk on the ledge for a long time. Even just hanging a photo makes such a difference in your rooms. Dreaming your world into being by, for example, rather than eating out, buy beautiful ingredients, organic ingredients to create amazing meals with that you feel amazing after you've eaten them. And you can also meal prep. So instead of maybe purchasing a lunch for $15 or $20 or however much it is where you live, you can spend that same amount on groceries and probably get 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 meals out of the same amount you would spend eating out. And it's healthier, you're honing your skill of cooking, and you're doing something amazing for your body and your soul. Because I don't know about you, but when I'm in my zone, I'm listening to music and I'm cooking, even if I'm experimenting with a new recipe and I don't know if it'll turn out well or not, I feel great. I feel like I'm in a meditative state. I feel as though I am healing, like I'm doing some self-care. And this is a message that is being given to you about how to better take care of your body and how to do so, kind of killing two birds with one stone. You are actually even more birds than that. You are cooking healthy food, you're saving money, you're maybe also saving time, because eating out can be time consuming, especially on a daily or repetitive basis. You're doing something very healthy for your body, and you're honing your cooking skills. I mean, being a good cook comes in handy, whether it's for yourself, a partner, children, extended family, or friends. It's such a beautiful skill to learn, to share, and to have under your belt. So all of my beautiful souls of group number 1, this is the first part to your prediction that I have received for you, and I hope that you've enjoyed it and found it insightful. If you've made it all the way to here, please do not forget to leave a little spider emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were a part of this first group and that you watched your reading all the way to the end. Now, please do click the timestamp of the angel number portion of this video. You will be fast forwarded to the part of this video where you get to pick again for the second time. This is round 2 for you, group 1, and you get to select one of 4 angel numbers in order to receive the second, even more intricate part of your prediction. Or in this case, since we kind of cleared and cleansed the space, we are adding on part 3 for you, really. So group number 1, I will catch you at the click of your next timestamps. Hello, all my beautiful souls of group number 2. Welcome to the first part of your prediction about all of the faded messages that are meant just for you. Now, you chose the Carnelian in connectivity to the Daily Crystal Inspiration Oracle deck in order to receive your reading. Just FYI, the Carnelian is a crystal that is naturally this vibrant red and beautiful. I'll leave a link to it in the description box if you feel like you need this stone in your life. And energetically speaking, it brings passion. It brings this kind of lust for adventure back to you, your zest to get things done. And if you're lacking some masculine energy that allows you to tackle difficult tasks and overcome procrastination, having Carnelian next to your bed on your bedside table or wearing Carnelian is a great way for you to improve your ability to overcome these obstacles. So let's get into your reading. First up, we've got the agate. The agate shows us that a message you're meant to hear is that getting back into balance can only be done through action. You can manifest as much as you like, and you can use tarot, oracle cards, and crystals from sun up till sundown, but it is also important that you take action. And group 2, right off the bat of this video, I hope that you can enjoy my very direct, real, and honest approach with you, because I am just the type of reader who will tell you what you need to hear to really improve your life, rather than just what you want to hear. Because of course it's easier to just say continue manifesting, rather than calling people out and saying, hey, you know what, you also need to put some action behind those manifestations. And now's the time to ramp up the masculine energy. So group 2, I hope you can enjoy and appreciate this big sis kind of no BS approach from me. Next up, we've got the blue lace agate. So I see that regardless of whether the messages are easy to hear or some of them are challenging, I see here that you have found your inner peace and calm, and you can take what serves you from constructive feedback and leave the rest behind. You do not feel attacked whenever someone has some sort of feedback for you, be it at work, be it, for example, throughout a psychic reading, or a friend or a family member. You are someone who is mature enough to be able to differentiate a petty comment from actual constructive criticism. And the selenite know here that the more you remove things that you don't need, the more you'll get back into balance. So if you've been looking for a shortcut, a quick way for you to find your equilibrium, especially if you've been feeling overworked and overwhelmed, look around your space right now, group number 2. Is there clutter you can get rid of? If you're at home, if you're in your living space, it may be easier to spot. If you are on the go, check your car, your vehicle. If you're, for example, on a train, check your wallet. Do you have old receipts, old expired cards, old business cards that people have given to you that you know you're never going to use or look at again, that's just been cluttering your wallet? Maybe you've got a lot of coins that you haven't made use of, depending on what type of currency that you use. Declutter these areas of your life. If your bag is filled with a lot of things just at the bottom of your bag that have gathered, it could be pens, receipts, chapstick, it could be tissues, whatever it is, and not just your living space, also the things that you're carrying around with you. Clear out unnecessary clutter, and you will feel so much more free and liberated instantly. This is like a very instant quick fix. I promise you guys. Please come back and let me know that you've done it. Comment in the comment section just how liberating and quick and easy this is. You just need to stop procrastinating it and just do it. It's really not that bad once you start. It's something that can be done in 5 or 10 minutes, just decluttering a few things. You don't need to be perfect. Remember, here within the ocean jasper, you've got to schedule yourself in. One thing that I keep hearing is spa day, is getting your nails, your feet done, getting a massage, and I don't mean just things for vanity's sakes. Okay, there are a lot of medical massages that you can get in order to truly relax your muscles, to truly give yourself a treat, whether it be your spine, maybe you're experiencing a lower back pain, maybe your neck hurts every now and then, or you just feel a little stiff and not very flexible. Schedule time for real treatments, going to professionals, not just things that will make you look a certain way, but that will go deeper than just skin deep, if you know what I mean. Here within the Celestite, this is an important thing for you to schedule in to soothe your soul, group number 2. If you're the type of person who is always too cheap to spend money on themselves like that, please raise your hand. Please let me know, because this is a time for you to know that that is not okay, group number 2. You're subconsciously saying to yourself that you are not worthy or deserving of these things. Maybe you feel like you need a certain amount of money before you can give yourself these nice treatments and this kindness. Maybe you feel as though it's just generally too much. It's not something that you should be doing. It's over the top. Group 2, nothing is over the top. You've got one life. Live it. Treat yourself. If you really cannot afford something financially, like a massage or a spa day, then you can do things at home that are extremely inexpensive. You can, for example, purchase yourself some coconut oil. You maybe have a round crystal or just something made out of glass at home where you can kind of roll out your limbs. Like, for example, if you had the coconut oil right here, you could use your carnelian and just go over your body, infuse it with the energy of the crystal of your choice, in this case carnelian, and give yourself the fiery, forceful energy that we spoke about with the carnelian. Of course, make sure that the stone is safe for you to use with liquids. Carnelian, such as this one, which is polished, is just fine. And know that you can use any other thing that will not absorb the coconut oil, for example, just to give yourself your own little gentle massage. This is just one of so many ideas. You could put on some free meditation music, just lay on your back and meditate for a half hour, an hour, however long it takes for you to feel like you were able to soothe your soul and give yourself like a real deep cleanse from the inside out. And none of these things have to be expensive, but of course, if it's something that is accessible to you financially, it can also feel really good to go out and have someone provide that service for you. Next up, we've got coagulation. So I want you to know here that a lot of things are more intertwined than you are aware of. A lot of ways in which people say, oh, it won't make a difference anyways, is not true, group number 2. And let me give you a precise example. Like, I remember when I went plant-based a few years ago, there were not many products on the market. Everyone said it was crazy and extreme. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with being plant-based or not, fact is, 10 years ago, there were a lot less products than there are today. And everyone used to say, nothing's going to change. There won't be any more products. That's what people used to say to me. But I believe that it doesn't matter if they are saying that, well, you're just one person, you can't make that big of a difference. Well, we need people who start off as just that one person who inspire the next and the next and the next person to either stand up for human rights, to either stand up for some sort of cause they believe in, whether it has to do with animal rights, human rights, whether it is the right to live in a country where you're able to do business freely. Whatever it is that sparks joy in your heart, group number 2, never feel as though you are too small of a person or you would make too little of an impact for there to be a real big change, because that is how you keep people down. I feel as though society has trained us to feel like we don't matter that much, but if you look at history and in how many instances things started as little movements and then ended up liberating entire groups of society because people started to stand up for a cause, know that just having that in your heart is gold. It is actually worth its weight in gold. I want you to know here that within gold, you are also receiving this message that you are more valuable than you give yourself credit for, and you are a timeless work of art, group number 2. And I don't want you to blush right now and tell me it's not true. I don't want to hear in the comment section how you don't like this or you don't like that about yourself, group number 2. Believe it or not, a message that is fated that you are meant to hear is how worthy and valuable you are to society and those close to you. Next up, we've got antimony. So I want you to know here within antimony that you are extremely strong. You are extremely self-sufficient and independent, and this is something that makes certain people kind of afraid or worried to go up against you. So any quote-unquote enemies that you may have, or people who are jealous on the things that you have accomplished, where you're going, I want you to know that they're most likely not going to have the courage to step up to the plate and try to get in your way. Within Earth's heart, know that at the end of the day, all of those things don't really matter. What truly matters is what is at your core, because when at your core you've got love, you've got understanding, it doesn't matter whether someone doesn't have good intent towards you, whether someone is jealous, whether someone speaks badly behind your back. When you operate from a place of love, you don't even take it personally. You understand that this is a reflection of what's going on within that person. And you start to actually feel bad for that person, that they even have it in them to dislike you or to want anything bad for you, because you realize you don't have that in you. And to have that type of darkness or bitterness within you, that's not easy in itself. That's a burden. That's almost like a punishment, group number 2, so to say. So you should consider yourself happy that you don't have it in you to wish ill upon another person, even if people may sometimes wish ill upon you. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't excuse it. It is simply a different way of seeing, of understanding, and in a way connecting with a fellow human being. Even though it seems like there is an insurmountable disconnect, there is this message here for you that we can always connect, no matter how different we may seem, or no matter how much the dislike between two individuals may be. Next up, we've got ash. So when things burn, when things kind of evaporate, if you will, but mostly when they burn, right, there is this residue, there's ash. And I want you to know here within ash that there are definitely certain residual parts and particles that last even after something has been quote unquote destroyed. Think of, for example, romantic relationships. Even though you may be done with someone, whether it was a full-blown relationship or just a situationship, what stays, the residue? It may be photos, it may be mannerisms, it may be, for example, some sayings that you used with that person, memes that you sent, just insider jokes that you had with that person. There's still that ash, that dust that needs to settle before you can truly clean it up and get rid of it. So never rush yourself when you are parting when it comes to a relationship. Never rush yourself to delete all the photos, the chat, to completely forget about the person. Let the dust settle, and then you can neatly clean everything up without there still being particles in the air that you may miss. Okay, so that is what we've got here within ash as an important fated message that you're meant to receive, group number 2. And in case you didn't catch this during the intro of the video, I have the extended version of this video on my Patreon in case you are interested in seeing the full version. If this truly resonated and you found a lot of value from this video and comfort and healing, make sure you check that out. The link is in the description box for that, because I know a lot of you really enjoy being on Patreon in a smaller group that I'm reading for, it's more private. I can say certain things that I can't do on here, if you know what I mean, group number 2. And it's just overall a very cozy, very welcoming space to be in. But don't worry, I'll go into great depth here on YouTube as well, as we're doing right now. So the world is actually one of the most favorable cards, group number 2. So congratulations for that. The world card is a card of completion, of fulfillment. And I can see here in connectivity to gold that you are more complete than you realize, group number 2. You have everything that you need within. Whether you want a dream home, a dream relationship, all of the tools that you need to acquire these things that are life goals for you are within. You simply need to embrace them and bring them out from the dark. The Hermit shows alone time, time away from the world, time to illuminate what really matters to you and who you truly are. I can see, group number 2, that it is time for a revamp, a complete change, a complete overhaul of you as a person. That could be completely changing your wardrobe, the pics you've got on social media, changing who you hang out with, just overall realigning yourself with who you have become. The whole point of life is to evolve and is to grow. Sometimes you'll have to leave people and items behind that are no longer you. And I see here within the Ace of Crystals that anything that doesn't spark joy, that doesn't make you feel happy and excited, has got to go, because if you don't get rid of those things, they will just get in the way of your growth and your forward movement. Trust me, I've been there. I've had things that I kept around for longer than I should have, and I think to myself that I just wasted time with that, whether it be a relationship with someone who is just a complete liar, a complete deceit, whether that is, for example, holding on to clothes that don't really represent who you are and who you're becoming or where you're going. Just get rid of it. Trust me, it may seem difficult at first, but you will not regret it in the long run. You'll actually thank me for pushing you to do so, and you'll thank yourself for finding the courage to get those things done. As mentioned here within the Five of Cups, you are someone who is sentimental. You are someone who wishes that they could hold on to everything that's good and just kind of also have the good times forever. But remind yourself that it is cyclical. There are good times with some people for a certain amount of time, and enjoy those good times. Have the best time ever, group number 2. Don't think about when the end is nearing. Just be in the moment. But remind yourself that some people are in your life for a reason and a season. A lot of people are not meant to be in your life forever. And I definitely want you to understand that there is nothing wrong with letting go, with moving on, and with everyone kind of living their own life and their own existence when things just don't gel anymore, when the connection isn't the same. So within the smoky quartz, we've got that reiterated from your guides, group number 2, to just let it go. I mean, we can't make this up. This is a very clear message. I keep hearing within your reading to move on, to let it go. Don't look back, and simply don't feel as though you're making the wrong decision. Don't doubt. Okay, no doubt. I keep hearing that, and I also keep hearing that No Speak song by the band No Doubt. So that song is probably going to come up sooner rather than later, and you're going to remember that you received that within your reading, and it's going to be no coincidence. Next up, we've got the Phantom Quartz. Now, the Phantom Quartz tells you to embrace change. Again, of all the cards that you could have received, group number 2, you received the Phantom Quartz, encouraging you to embrace the changes, embrace the new, and embrace the fact that you're really becoming someone who is fearless. Letting go doesn't mean you're heartless, it means you're fearless, and that you will go for what's best for you every single time. Now, group 2, we're at the end of the first round or first part of your reading. I will now clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll delve even more deeply into the fated messages that are meant just for you. And then once we have received all of them during this part of your video where you pick the Carnelian, know that you will then be able to pick an angel number, which will be the base of even more of these fated messages that you are meant to receive right now. But we'll just take one step at a time. Leave a wolf emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you belong to group 2 and you made it to this point of your reading. And just hang tight and I'll be right back with you. Hello, group number 2. Did you miss me? Now let's delve even further into your reading. I'm so excited to see what other fated messages we've got here for you. I hope you're feeling relaxed. Take a deep breath in with me and sigh it out. So we've got the Two of Pentacles reversed as well as the Empress reversed. So an important message we've got here for you is that as soon as you let go of tension when it comes to your work-life balance, you will find that you go through an extreme glow up, energetically and physically speaking. If you feel right now kind of tense, tight, maybe you're not quite happy with your body, you feel as though it's either too small, too big, not muscular enough, maybe you feel like it's just overall could be optimized. Part of the answer to the physical things you dislike about yourself is to eliminate a lot of the stress that you've got. And of course, we're going to ask Spirit about how you can do that, group number 2. I'm not going to just let you hang high to dry, or however the saying goes. I am, of course, going to ask Spirit what we can do. So we've got the Hermit and Strength. Go within, ask yourself why you are doing the things that are harming you, or just overall making you lose respect for yourself. Why are you, for example, overeating? Is it childhood trauma? Is it comfort? Is it because it just tastes good? Why are you doing that to your body? You're eating unhealthily, or not eating enough and harming your body in a different way, not allowing yourself to look the way you want to look. Go within, like we've got here within the Hermit. When did it start, group number 2? Why do you think this is? Do you have the strength and the courage to take some responsibility, but also see where maybe people failed to protect you already as a kid, already as a teenager, where maybe even society kind of failed to educate us, to educate our parents about how we can remain healthy, how we can have a good relationship with our bodies, with food. Remind yourself here that your physical appearance is part of human existence, and as much as we can delve into spirituality and meditation and soul and everything that is within, it is still an important part of our existence. It's like a currency. And when we've got the strength to admit this, and also to admit to ourselves how we're maybe self-sabotaging, we can actually change something for the better, to be healthy and to feel good about ourselves. Furthermore, you may want to look at the goals that you have for your physical appearance. Ensure that these goals still allow you to be kind to your body, group number 2, and that the goals are quote unquote realistic. So that means not compromising your health for looks, but instead wanting your skin to be glowy, for example, because you're eating healthy and working out, and you look good from the inside out. You get what I mean, group 2. Next up, we've got the Page of Wands reversed. Throw out everything that just feels like torture. Trust me, it's not going to last, group number 2. Coming from a place where I too have struggled with body image, with food, everything like that, I want you to know here in the Page of Wands that if it doesn't come naturally and easily, you're just punishing yourself. If you are religiously going to the gym, going for runs, restricting your food intake, that is you punishing yourself. That's not working out, okay? That is feeding into an ED. Trust me, I am the ED police. I know all about it. Here within the Page of Wands, know that what you're being encouraged to do is to find ways how you can stay healthy, fit, and active while enjoying it. Like, one way that I found to move away from the punishment aspect is to go on long walks. Go on walks where I walk 10,000 steps a day. It feels good. You can go out into the nature and see things. I love seeing the beautiful deer near my home in the forest, all of the animals, how the forest changes throughout the 4 seasons. Because as you guys know, I live in Switzerland, so there are lots of different seasons where I live, and everything changes, right? The vegetation, the plants grow in all sorts of different ways. We've got flowers that are blooming. We've got different animals that are coming to life, waking up from hibernation and continuing on their lives. And it's just so interesting to see all of these things, and all while you're experiencing the outdoors, the nature, you're also getting in some working out, some moving your body, some taking care of your body. Just make sure you find a way to be kind, because the Five of Wands shows that you need to be done with the internal war and battle that you have been fighting, and you're not alone. Group number 2, never feel as though it's something to feel ashamed of or like you cannot ask for help. Maybe you live in a society or even in a family that shames things such as therapy, asking for help, and getting professional help. Because while friends and family or your community may be open to talking or say that they're open to you explaining, as soon as you explain to them what you're going through, whether it's depression, body dysmorphia, and ED, they say, well, why can't you just be happy? Well, why can't you just stop eating? Why can't you just eat more? Why can't you just do that? Why can't you? It doesn't help. That's not the point. If it were that easy, then you would do it already. So for such complex kind of mental struggles that you and I and we all go through, I think we are all in a way struggling with something. We all have some sort of trauma. Surround yourself with supportive people and remind yourself that this is a battle you can win. You don't just have to live with it. You can learn to be in control of your mind again. You can learn to be in a good place with yourself, your body, your existence. You can truly regain the control over your happiness and your feeling of worthiness. Group number 2, don't feel as though you're ever stuck in a dark place and you just have to remain there forever, or once you have some sort of disorder that it just needs to control you forever. That is not the truth. Remind yourself here in the White Raven spirit that it may almost seem like magic, but really taking care of yourself, surrounding yourself with the right people, and being able to be in the moment and forget about all of the things that are ailing you. That is trusting in the magic, allowing yourself to take steps away from any challenges that you've been dealing with. The owl spirit shows us that you see clearly now, group number 2. Once you have a clear outlook on the things that you're dealing with, the things that have maybe kept you from glowing up as strongly and as rapidly as you could, you can then do something about it and move on to bigger, better things in life. But never shame yourself for the amount of time that it takes for you to come to seeing clearly. It will be sooner than you expected, group number 2, but it has definitely been a milestone in the making for you. So I have this die here for you. Let's see how much longer we've got to wait until you're going through this massive glow up. Okay, so we've got the number 4. I asked Spirit how many months we've got until a massive glow up that's coming your way. We've got 4 months of preparation, 4 months of exchanging things in your closet, getting the treatments done that you need, whether that be learning how to do optimal makeup to enhance your features, whether that be growing your hair, dyeing your hair in a certain way that just makes you feel extremely confident. Definitely know here within the owl spirit and the number 4 that you are going to be undergoing those changes sooner rather than later, and 4 months from now, you will be completely changed and different in the best possible way. The buffalo spirit is all about the abundant universe providing. So if right now you're asking yourself how you're going to pay for all these things, how you're going to find time for it, don't stress about that now, group number 2. You will find some sort of magical way, like we've got here in the White Raven Spirit and the Master number 66. It could be getting a coupon for a laser treatment, right? For some sort of skin resurfacing, whatever it is that you need for a glow up. It could be a huge sale of sustainable clothes so you can get a new wardrobe that really resonates with you and makes you feel good. It could also be, for example, a friend, a family member not needing things and giving it to you, or being able to cut your hair for you. One other option we've got here with the Buffalo Spirit, as this is really a card of a lot of abundance, is of course also just overall getting a new job that will help you to pay for all of these things pretty effortlessly. Next up, we've got the Dog Spirit. The most important thing for you to do is to be loyal to the parts of you that you love. Don't change everything, especially also the external features. If you have a feature like freckles, like a beautiful nose, beautiful lips, maybe your body is, for society standards, too thick, too skinny, whatever, but you see beauty in some parts of your body that others may shame or that others may demonize, don't feel the need to change it, group number 2. Often the things that really make you the most successful are the things that you thought were different in a bad way. Like for me, for example, just to give you a little bit of insight, group number 2, moving to Switzerland full time, because I was just always already from birth kind of in Nigeria and Switzerland. And then when I moved to Switzerland full time, more or less, and I went to school here, people said really terrible things about my skin tone, about my hair, about my face, literally down to my gums. Like there was this one girl I was in the same class with, and she just came up to me randomly one day and asked me, what is it like to have brown gums? And I don't know why, I know it sounds so silly now, but that really hurt me so deeply and so much, because I just felt like even seeing, dissecting, and looking at someone's gums, like you are really sitting here gossiping with the other people in this class about the color of my gums. Like, how much are you putting me under a microscope to just look at things that you don't like or you deem as flaws or whatever? And now all of these things that they said were bad about me make me unique and are kind of my superpower, whether it's the external things that I mentioned or the internal things. Like when there were school projects, I always made them way bigger than quote unquote necessary. Like other kids would stop at just doing a little like documentation of an animal, and I would literally write like 5 books on wolves and call it like books, and see myself as creating something way bigger, more interesting, especially if I was very enthusiastic about a topic and very interested in it. And I mean, you can see it today. I have published, I've even lost count, like 5 tarot or oracle decks to date, and I just turned 27, and a lot of the people who I went to school with, no shade, no hate, I don't think that they have been able to have the experiences or follow these passions of theirs to the extent that I have, because it has made me fearless. Because at this point, it's like, you've done everything to me that you can. There's nothing you're going to do now that's going to bring me down or make me feel bad about myself. Like, I've gone through everything. I see here within calcification that a message we are receiving from your guides is how these things harden you. They really do. And it's important that you allow yourself to calcify in the right areas, and you're selective about your calcification. Don't let people calcify your heart to where you shut off and you find it hard to love. but allow for people to calcify your insecurities, to calcify the part of you that feels unsure about your capabilities, to calcify any area of your life in which you feel less than, to remind yourself, I'm not going to allow anybody to make me feel as though the ground beneath my feet isn't solid. Next up, we've got the uncreated. Sometimes you truly have to be almost uncreated, unalived, broken down so you can build yourself back up 10 times more powerful, 10 times stronger, more capable, and fierce. So know here within the uncreated that a lot of the things you've been through, group number 2, were meant to make you more resilient and were meant to turn you into who you are today. And we are not about this toxic mindset of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, because to a certain extent, I think that is toxic. We do not need things to not kill us but still harm us. You know, what doesn't kill you can also make you weaker. It can also make you more insecure. It can also give you mental illness. Why does nobody ever speak of that? The main saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, not in every instance. So that's why it's also important for us to remember we don't need to constantly be going through something, and we can't always excuse what doesn't kill us as making us stronger. Here within Wise Salt, this is precisely what the universe is trying to communicate to you. You've got the wisdom to know what is a lesson, a learning lesson, and a character building kind of exercise, whether it be childhood trauma, whether it be what has happened on the schoolyard to you, or whether it's something that just needs to be put to a stop right now because it's just making you weaker. That could be some sort of narcissistic behavior from a partner, from a parent, from a friend that is dragging you down, that is breaking you down. And that is where it's important that you create and reinforce boundaries. Here within Smoke, an amazing way for you to do so without causing too much commotion is to kind of just evaporate, if you will, to slowly, not ghost, but to, they call it gray rock when it comes to narcissism, to just not even react to anything that would trigger you from someone who is narcissistic, from someone who knows precisely what buttons that they can push in order to make you upset. Don't even give it the time of the day, group number 2. It is not worth it, trust me. So that is a message that you have been fated to receive. We are now at the end of the first part, the first portion of your prediction. Now what you can do in order to receive the final messages about everything that you need to know, group number 2, scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, click the timestamp to the angel numbers. I've got 4 angel numbers prepared for you that you can choose from to receive the second, even more highly personalized part of this reading that you get to pick. So this interactive part. So click the timestamp that takes you to the angel numbers. I will present the angel numbers to you. You choose an angel number and then you click the next timestamp for that angel number, just like you did in order to receive this group 2 reading. Then you'll be fast forwarded to the relevant part of this video to receive the rest of your psychic pick a card tarot prediction. So group number 2, I will catch you at the click of your next timestamps. Hello, all my beautiful souls of group number 3. You chose the Wild Muse Oracle deck as well as the beautiful Amethyst crystal in order to help guide you through your fated messages that were meant just for you. This is the stunning Amethyst crystal. As you can see, there are different layers to this beautiful stone. I will leave the link to it below in the description box. This is a stone that helps bring out your psychic abilities. I would say it's a very well-known crystal. It's a very common one and a great one to add to your collection if you're a beginner collector, or if you're just getting into all things spirituality, psychic readings, as well as astrology and crystals overall. But now let's get into your reading, group number 3, to figure out what fated messages were meant just for you. So let's get into it. First up, no strings attached. I want you to know here that a fated message that's meant for you is to not get too dependent on a specific outcome which you may wish for or which you may desire in your head. If you've ever, for example, been in love and you really wanted to be with the person and it didn't turn out that way, you know how heartbreak hurts. You know how it hurts to have already envisioned in your mind how many kids you're going to have with that person, what your life is going to look like, where you're going to get married, and how you're going to grow old together. Know that the more you kind of fantasize and go into all of these imaginative states when it comes to attaching yourself to a specific outcome, the more difficult it would be if that outcome does not occur the way that you envisioned. So no strings attached teaches you a valuable lesson, group number 3, that the less you attach yourself to a specific outcome, the less you are going to feel disappointment or hurt. So there must be a reason why this card is showing up for you. And we're going to get into the fated message. I truly hope that you can appreciate my very direct, honest, and straightforward approach in my readings. It is way more important on this channel for you to be as prepared as you possibly can be for anything that will show up in your life, rather than for me to just read the cards in a manner that you just hear what you want. I really hope that you can appreciate the fact that I will always be honest with you, just like a big sister who tells you things even if you don't want to hear them, even if it's at the start of the reading and the video and I'm risking you clicking out and that not being good for views or whatever. That's not my goal, my mission, or my purpose. My purpose is to help and support you and be here for you. So here within the journey, know that the less you attach yourself to specific outcomes, actually the more you're going to experience. That's what your angels and guides are trying to say to you. The easier, more fun, as well as just filled with adventure your journey is going to be when you detach yourself from having a specific vision that you must hold on to. If you've been in a situation where you wanted a very specific outcome, I'm now not speaking of a relationship anymore. I'm saying you wanted a certain job, maybe you wanted to move to a certain area or a certain home. And then what actually happened is you didn't get it, and a couple days or weeks later you got something way better than what you initially already thought was the best or what you truly wanted. That is the message we're receiving here with no strings attached, as well as the journey. As you can see, you are leaning out of the car here with the journey. You're enjoying life, you're living your best life, and you're also manifesting magic the less you become attached to specific outcomes. So when you just let go and allow for things to happen in the manner that you were intended to lead your existence, you will find that the goals and aspirations you had for yourself are way smaller than what God or the universe actually has in store for you. And I want you to know that no matter what you believe in, no matter what it is that you connect with, the higher power, the source from which you derive a lot of your inspiration, the source that you know is out there, that is part of your existence, but also in a way greater than you, has so much more in mind for this lifetime of yours than you ever imagined. Know here within the ship has sailed, manifesting magic as well as no strings attached, that the ship has sailed to be with any kind of partner or friend circle that makes you feel like you cannot truly be yourself and manifest magic. If you talk about manifestation, astrology, tarot, and oracle cards, and for example, the people that you surround yourself with are not just skeptical in a healthy way, but they ridicule you for your interests, for the things that you like, that's when you know it's time to possibly switch, change, and do something different when it comes to your friend circle, because you want to make sure that you can be open, that you can speak your mind. And a fated message meant to receive you is that the ship has sailed for these cliquey kind of friendships. It reminds me so much of the Mean Girls movie, and I think we've all kind of been in a similar situation like that at an earlier point when we were teenagers or in elementary school, where there are different cliques, there are mean girls, maybe you were part of the mean girls, maybe you were their victims. Whatever the situation may have been for you, group number 3, the ship has sailed for any of that type of behavior, either being the victim or being the bully, the perpetrator. It doesn't really matter what side you were on. Fact is, you've outgrown that, and you are no longer meant to identify with any of those types of versions of yourself from the past. Here within your tribe, your vibe, know that you have an amazing friend and acquaintance circle around you that is past all of that childishness and that immaturity, and that's where you should spend most of your time, and try to go on travels with people close to you. Try to convince family and close friends who you truly know, who truly have your back, to come on different journeys with you. A fated message that is meant to be received by you is that the more you travel with people close to you, it could also be a romantic partner, the more experiences you are creating and building, and the more you will actually get to this stage where you feel very fulfilled by life, where even if you are at a later stage in your life, you're very old and unwell, or for example, you know that life as you know it is coming to an end. The earthly realms is kind of a space that you're going to leave, if you will. I mean, that could be 100 years down the line with how much older human beings are getting, but you will feel so satisfied with the experiences that you've had and the life that you led the more you focus on your tribe that gets your vibe. Next up, we've got tin. So I can definitely see that for you, an important thing to bear in mind is that you can be flexible about where you attach yourself to. Of course, you want to get attached to a romantic partner that you're looking to marry or build a family with, but you can make sure that that attachment still remains healthy, that it's solid, but yet in a way still flexible, and in a way you are able to kind of set boundaries. Next up, we've got the despicable face. Okay, an important message that you are meant to receive here is that moving forward in your life, there are definitely some people who are jealous when it comes to your success, when it comes to your looks, the things that you have been able to accomplish in your lifetime, even your psychic ability, your intuition of knowing when to step away. I want you to know here in the despicable face that you will see it in the person's face when they are not truly as real and as on your side as they pretend to be. If you've ever been speaking to someone and you told them a story of your life, something very difficult, tragic, challenging that you've been going through, and you kind of see them smile a little bit. It's like the corner of their mouth curls up a little, but they try to control it. You can like see that something is off. Their mouth is saying one thing. They're saying they're so sorry. They know you're going to get over it. They know you're strong. You can do this. But then somehow the mannerism, the gestures, their facial expression, it just doesn't quite go together. And as humans, we can easily detect when there are just two different sides that don't gel, two different kind of parts that don't go hand in hand, and believe that. Stay away from anyone who you feel kind of secretly rejoices in the fact that you're not doing as well. And there are people like that out there. I just want to be real with you and honest with you. As I already told you at the start of this reading, we are starting off real and heavy before things get lighter for you, group number 3. And if you're still here, make sure that you leave a black heart emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're a real one, that you're part of group number 3, and you are here for the honesty. You're here for a transparent pick a card tarot reading. Next up, we've got the void. I can see here within the void that not being afraid of nothingness or of darkness, not being afraid of losing frenemies, It may at first feel as though there could be a void, but do know here that that can also be super freeing when you have nobody to answer to. When you have nobody who is making you feel like you've got to watch your back or you don't know where you stand, that can actually feel so liberating to have a certain void in your life, a certain emptiness. Because when there is emptiness, there's space to fill. You can fill it with things that you want and you like and that were approved by you. Think of it as, for example, purchasing a new home. Think of a house with a lot of different rooms, storage rooms, a garage, maybe even a nice garden, a driveway, and it's empty. You can design it exactly to your liking. You can create something in what seems like a void, which a lot of people see as a negative, but that actually means it is just an empty space for you to create into, an empty space for you to make something where you feel comfortable, where you feel inspired, and that allows you to live life in a way that brings you more joy than before. Next up, we've got antimony. So within antimony, understand here that for you, the next upcoming months are going to be very telling when it comes to truly finding out what you are made of. There will be voids, there will be times of emptiness, and you can either create into it, create something bigger and better, or you can just see the void as an emptiness that makes you nervous. Now, Ash shows us here that the next couple of months in your life is also going to remove and extinguish anything that has been burning, anything that you know has been on your mind on a daily basis and that you need to do something about. It could be fights, reoccurring arguments in a relationship of yours, but also one thing I'm hearing is unhappiness professionally, your job, your studies, feeling like you're not quite doing what you're meant to do. It's like you're not quite doing your life's work, you're not quite living in your purpose. And this is something that must be looked at, that must be changed, group number 3, because you are meant to be an individual that fully lives their purpose and that brings something to this world that is unique. I see within the black tourmaline that you are being called to protect your energy these next few weeks and months. A fated message that was meant just for you is to protect yourself from also new cliques trying to suck you in. So for example, at work, if there are different groups of work colleagues, and on the outside, it seems harmless. It seems like this is just a group of people who hang out together and get on well with one another. Try to stay away from being too entangled in one group, in one kind of tribe of people, because then it's very hard for you to make other friends and to connect with other groups when you're too involved with one, and that is taking up all of your time and your energy. And if someone doesn't like that you are not devoting all of your time and all of your attention to them, be the bigger person and have a willingness to walk away. The jade brings you the energy of good fortune and good luck. That is what this crystal stands for. And especially in the East, you will find that the jade is worn by many people in form of jewelry to bring prosperity. And the jade is also symbolic of you understanding when a battle is worth fighting and when it's best for you to simply leave and walk away from a situation. And in connectivity to the despicable face, you're being called to never argue with someone who you know in the end doesn't want to understand you anyways. Don't justify your actions or your opinions. Think about the last time you had to justify your thoughts, your actions, your opinions, and your lifestyle to someone. Did that actually change anything? Did that change their mindset or how they feel about you? Did justifying actually end up giving you any kind of result of now finally having others agree with you or see things from the same viewpoint? Probably not. So it's not even worth justifying yourself to people who make you do that in the first place, because they've already set their mind to not understanding you. They've already set their mind to you putting up a struggle trying to explain yourself, and in the end still telling you that they don't get it or they don't agree. If not, they wouldn't even make the road so difficult. Next up, we've got connect with nature. So group 3, you will be connecting with nature quite a bit in these next upcoming months and years. Connecting with nature, as well as ash, shows some forest fires. That could be near your area, but also things such as campfires. So one is a little dangerous, kind of a natural disaster, and the other in a controlled environment can be a beautiful ritual where you, for example, kind of write something on a piece of paper that you want to let go of, and you throw it into the campfire in order to symbolically and energetically release these things, to protect yourself from unwanted energies claiming too much of your internal space. So connecting with nature means caring for nature, being understanding of the natural disasters, the things that may occur in nature that could harm you, but also using nature in a very controlled way and controlled environment to your benefit and to become closer to it. Within updates to your system, know that a faded message that is meant to be received by you is that you're going through a lot of different updates and upgrades that you possibly didn't even know were necessary. It's just like with your iPhone or Android, when you go through an update, you didn't even know that there were so many ways in which the app could maybe be improved, but then you update it and you're like, wow, okay, this is all new, this is a little complicated to use, but nevertheless, I will get used to it, and in the end, it will serve me. So the updates to your system that you're going through have to do with kind of non-confrontational attitudes. We've got that with the despicable face as well as the jade, because no matter what someone does or says to you, you are learning to be the bigger person in every instance, because you're understanding that what someone is saying, especially if it's not very nice, it has nothing to do with you. It is actually a reflection of how they feel internally. It is a reflection of what they're maybe going through. It's a projection of how they feel about themselves that they are now putting on you. And when you see it as that way and you truly believe it and you energetically live by the fact that you will not allow for somebody to put that kind of heaviness on you, then you come to a point where actually you almost feel bad or pity for people who don't know when to just say nothing unless they have something kind to say, because you're realizing that they can't help it and that they must be going through a lot of pain and a lot of pressure to be able to have any of this darkness and challenge within their heart. And the more that you become this person who is completely not going to engage in any kind of arguments, pettiness, or in any kind of mean behavior, the more you kind of realize that you are in control of your mind and your reaction to other people's actions, and you will never control their actions, so you might as well not allow it to affect you, the more you will find that you are like the queen of everything. There is nothing that you can't overcome. There is no challenge that you can't kind of exit triumphantly. And Queen of Everything also shows us here in a symbolic way that you are on top of your game the more that you don't even allow other people's energy near you or to touch you. Again, we've got time to move on, and with again, I mean, this is very similar to what we spoke about in No Strings Attached, that sometimes time's just up for people to prove themselves, especially romantically. If there's a situationship that you've been struggling with, or you've even been in a long-term relationship and you want to take things to the next level, you want that engagement ring, you want that wedding, you want those kids, you want the home together, and you're doing everything in your power to get there. And it's not to say the other person is a bad person, but you can just tell they could put more effort. If they truly wanted it, they would do more. They would do as much as you're putting in, whether that's time, work, effort, speaking about it, bringing it up, planning ahead, but rather they are acting like it's not the right time, or like they're annoyed about speaking about this topic, like it is just too early, they're not sure, they don't know. That's when it's time for you to directly or indirectly make your boundaries very clear, especially if you've already invested time and emotions and love into the person or the relationships. It is important to just say, look, this is what I want out of the relationship. This is what I need. And it is important for me to have this happen in a timely manner. If this is something that isn't possible, then maybe we both respectfully just need to rethink what we're doing here, because your happiness is so important, not in a selfish way, group number 3, but in a way of reminding yourself, if you're not happy, if you're not fulfilled, if you cannot be in a space where you can bring your best self forward and put your best foot forward, then you are of quote unquote less use to the world, to society, to your family, to your kids, to your work, than if you are 100% fulfilled. So it's always important to fill your cup, because then you can do more for others. It's actually the least selfish thing to take care of yourself first and to fill up your cup the way you know first, because then you can help others. It's the exact same philosophy like on an airplane. Of course, intuitively, you would think when they have those security measures that they show you on a plane and they say, first put oxygen masks on yourself before you help others or children, you may initially think to yourself, well, obviously I would put a mask on my child first, no matter what, because I would never let them incur any harm or even pass away due to me being too late to do that. But just think about it now. If you put that mask on your child first and you pass out because maybe you're older, maybe there are already some pre-existing conditions, maybe you suffer from more anxiety than your kid who doesn't know what's going on, you put the mask on them first and you pass out, and there are more things that need to be done to protect the kid. Now, you are unconscious, you're not aware what's happening, you can't do anything anymore. You can't help that kid, your child, you can help other children, maybe you have multiple children, just as an example. And so it would have made more sense to help yourself first, to make sure you are conscious, and then help others who you know are in a spot where maybe mentally and physically they are not fully grown and their bodies can recover more easily than yours from trauma. However, it is important that you are there fully aware and conscious to be able to help others. So you must take care of yourself first in order to be able to do that. Now, group number 3, if you made it all the way to this point of the reading, leave a little airplane emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know. What I'll do now is I will clear and cleanse the space, and then I will be right back with you so we can delve even more deeply into your tarot reading, making it very personal, almost like I'm here with you, like we're together, 2 little squirrel friends in a room reading the cards together. So we'll delve a little more deeply into the fated messages that were meant just for you. And then once we've done that, you get to pick angel numbers. But don't worry, we will cross that bridge when it comes. Furthermore, don't forget, if you love this reading, if you're connecting with this, if you're vibing, and you would like to have access to the extended version of this prediction, then make sure you check out my Patreon as well. But for now, as already mentioned, I will clear, cleanse the space, and be right back with you. Welcome back, group number 3. Did you miss me? So let's delve even more deeply into the fated messages meant just for you. I hope that you're enjoying this time we're spending with one another just as much as I am. So I love to just shuffle the cards. So we've got them moving in all kinds of directions, and Spirit can talk freely to us. So first up, we've got the 8 of Pentacles in reverse. What this card means in reverse is that you have learned a lot when it comes to your career and your professional life. You've studied a lot, you've read a lot, you've put a lot of effort forth, And sometimes it's time for you to act, to execute, to use the knowledge that you have, rather than to continue to learn and try to gather new knowledge. Let me give you an idea. For example, you may have read a book about becoming financially free, independent, maybe something about trading. I have just read this book by Tony Robbins. It's called Becoming Unshakable, and it gives you an idea of how to invest money in stocks, mutual funds, homes, real estate. It just kind of shows you the pros and cons of different ways of investing your funds. And it doesn't matter if you have $5, $50, or $5 million to invest. There is a way to do that for everyone. And now, of course, I could continue reading. I could continue contemplating what to do. I could keep learning, or I could now apply some of that knowledge. I can, for example, go to the bank, open up a little stocks portion of my e-banking, and then I can start investing in stocks and use the knowledge that I learned, like investing in different stocks worldwide, diversifying, knowing that this is a long-term game. You shouldn't be trading too much, especially when you don't know what you're doing. But if you just kind of set and forget it over many years, the funds compound and you can truly grow your portfolio and also your assets in that way. So that is what is meant here in the Eight of Pentacles reversed when it comes to applying knowledge. Don't wait too long. Don't gather so much knowledge that you never end up actually applying it. I see here within the Two of Pentacles that it's all about the balance, right? Between learning and executing, between taking in content and putting out value that you have after you have allowed yourself to be inspired by others. So let's see what else we've got here for you. We've got the Page of Pentacles next. Know here that you will be a beginner at a lot of these things when executing, especially for the first time, right? When you go from just the theory, from basically being a theorist to actually becoming a practitioner, it won't be easy. You may be confused. You may feel a little bit of fear or anxiety that you're doing it wrong. But know that in order to become good at anything or to learn anything, you always have to be a beginner in order to ever be able to have the opportunity at becoming advanced at something, right? You have to do it. You have to practice it. You've got to live it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to ever get to that level of either financial freedom or creating something that a lot of people see in this world, whether it's music, whether it's a company that you're trying to build. You've got to start small and as a novice, as someone who doesn't know what they're doing. And here within the Seven of Wands, it is like a story. There will be challenges and adversity, as you can see here. You will have to fight back when it comes to overcoming not only fears, but there may even be legal obstacles as well. Not that you're going to do anything that isn't legal, group number 3, but just, for example, understanding how you can file tax reports when you're doing things differently with your finances, what you can do in order to ensure that everything is as tax effective as possible, right? That you are investing in a way that makes sense long term. So definitely understand here within the Seven of Wands that there's a lot of new things to learn that may feel challenging and difficult, but you've got this. Here, the Chariot shows that when you are in alignment with your confidence and knowing where you want to go and you've got a goal, things will move a lot faster than you think. And tasks that you thought were more scary, more difficult, and more intimidating at first, once you're in the midst of it, once you're tackling it, once you're actually doing it, you're going to find that it's not that bad. It's not that big of a deal like you made it out to be in your head. And a lot of times procrastination is not because a task is actually too hard for us to kind of be able to do or deal with. Procrastination is often just fear of even starting. It's you making it out to be something bigger in your head than it truly is. We've got the Knight of Wands in reverse as well as the Justice card. Know here that making impulsive decisions with your finances is strongly, strongly discouraged by your guides at this point in time. Don't intuitively, impulsively do anything at this point. Gather facts. So that means Don't sign any dotted line unless you truly know what this means in the long term. No insurances, no home lease, no new apartment. Trust me, there will be issues if you do that impulsively now or in a hurry now. Either the apartment is going to have some sort of water damage. I'm hearing something like cockroaches in the laundry and drying machine, dampness, and just overall critters. Sorry to say it like that and to be so direct, but these are the things you've got to protect yourself from. That's what I see here in the Knight of Wands reversed, as well as the Justice card. Remind yourself here within Justice that taking your time is the best thing you can do, and not to allow anyone to talk you into something, because often when people try to rush you into something without allowing you to properly think about it or see what your intuition really says when it's not under pressure, they often have something to gain from putting you in such a kind of challenging position. It's not really fair of people to do that. Let's now add some runes into your reading so we can see what else Spirit has to say to you. Group number 3. So I intuitively, we've got the blank rune. Now the blank rune often actually means that it is now time to not do anything at all, okay? Inaction. So we're also not going to pick another rune. Remind yourself that this is a symbol of, if you're tired, rest. If you know that you have work that needs to be done, don't overthink, just do. If you have knowledge under your belt or in your pocket, so to say, knowledge that you haven't yet applied, apply. Don't overthink. Things are simpler than you realize, group number 3. And you have definitely been putting your overthinking muscles to work far more than it's actually serving you. And right now, this is symbolic from the universe as a message for you to simply just don't do any unnecessary action, thinking, or things. Just do what needs to be done. Your to-do list is longer than even necessary, to be honest with you. So next up, we've got the turtle spirit as well as the snake spirit. Here within the turtle spirit, know that slow and steady wins the race is the message that we're receiving here. I don't know if you ever heard that story of the turtle and the rabbit just kind of like in the race that they're in exerts all its energy immediately, and the turtle does things slowly and steadily and ends up winning the race anyways. And this is the message that you're receiving here, to remind yourself not everything that you see is true. Not all that glitters is gold. A lot of times on social media, for example, we see people go from zero to very affluent, wealthy, or having a lot of notoriety, but the faster that happens, often the faster people also fall, because you need time to adjust as a human being to either new financial freedom, to a new level of people knowing you, recognizing you. So understand that slow, steady growth is far more valuable than something just happening very quickly, very unpredictable, if you will, and it will be difficult for you to know how to properly navigate and make the best of a situation. Like, for example, I'm very happy that I grew my business, Bow Life, slowly and steadily, that I released my tarot and oracle decks in time, slowly and steadily, so I could improve the quality, the details, everything each time, and make better and better decks for you, better and better crystal jewelry. And here within the snake spirit, know that this is a time for you to learn and apply and heal. If you find, for example, that when you work out intensely or you change your diet very rapidly to be healthier or more fit, it's like a shock to your system. You get sore if you work out too hard too soon, or you work out really hard even though you're out of shape. Or, for example, you will be very hungry and cranky if you change your diet, like in a very impulsive, from one day to the next way, and it will be difficult for you to stick to those changes. The best way for you to really implement changes that can last long term is to make sure you do so slowly and steadily, and that the changes aren't too much of a shock to your system. The horse spirit shows it's still important for you to maintain freedom. We also have the master number 33 here representing the horse spirit. And the number 3 is a number of expression and growth. And it also represents groups, for example. So working with other people. The horse spirit shows that freedom is important for you. It's necessary in order for you to express yourself authentically and in order for you to feel good about the changes that you're making. So also being with a partner who is too jealous is not a good option for you, group number 3. And know here in the horse spirit that one thing that I keep hearing is horse symbols, okay? T-shirts with horses, necklaces with horses, horse tattoos. Don't be surprised if these things show up after your reading in your everyday life in connectivity to master number 33 or even seeing number 333. Next here within the ant spirit, which corresponds to the number 1, we have a creature that is all about collaborating and working together. Master number 33 was already a number of working together. We briefly touched upon this, but know here within the ant spirit that a message that you're receiving from your guides that is fated is to remind yourself that to accomplish really big, great things, you have to be open to working with other people. You cannot build everything by yourself, and you have to learn to delegate tasks as well and to trust that other people are able to do it, especially if you're a business owner or you are aspiring to become a business owner and run a business, provide people with jobs, and to create something where it's more than just you working in the business. You want to create something for your community and also, of course, freedom for yourself. The brown bear spirit shows that taking time out is something you have to be sat down about. Group number 3. When's the last time that you really, really took a day off to just do nothing? And I mean, not even laundry, not even the dishes, not even anything, just time to be, to exist, to watch Netflix all day. I mean, maybe you're doing that right now. Good on you if you're taking time out. But if you've been all over the place and strangely busy, strangely just adulting a lot, know that it may be time now to take some time out, especially if you haven't had time out in a very, very long moment. So next up, we've got the Sandpiper spirit. Take time out and play, have fun. Board games, maybe even video games, for example. Not that I'm encouraging you to spend too much of your life in a virtual game, but know here within the Sandpiper spirit that playing games, being playful, all of this awakens the inner child in you, and it can actually bring out a creative streak, a creative kind of moment within you when you can just delve into another world and another realm. And in connectivity to taking time out, this is all about a weekend to yourself, a couple days to yourself. Maybe you can even take a whole week off or longer if you're looking for a job or you're off on holidays from school or your current professional life. And know here within co-gulation that everything goes hand in hand. You may think that your time off doesn't have too much to do with the quality of your work or with how well you perform, with getting a promotion or how much money that you make, but it actually really does all go hand in hand. The way that you spend your free time and how much time you actually take to recuperate, to regain your strength, it all makes a big difference in the grand scheme, and it all kind of creates the life that you're living. All of these little things do dictate where your life is headed. Whether you, for example, read 10 pages every single day for a whole decade or never read a book at all, in the end, it makes a big difference. Whether you take a walk a week in the nature or you never do that at all of these things in the long term, they have a huge impact that we're not aware of in the moment or in our day-to-day lives. Know here within silver that what also connects you deeply to the nature and your instinctual side is the moon and One thing that I hear when we see silver is werewolf, werewolf blood, werewolf lineage, and it may seem very mystical, surreal. However, full moons do affect animals, they affect the tides, they control the tides, they control the oceans to a certain extent, and that means that full moons affect us as well. There are more accidents during full moons. I believe there are even more people who are admitted to hospital during full moons, just more things going wrong, or more things that happen that are out of the ordinary. Maybe it's not even going wrong, right? Maybe these accidents show that actually during the full moon, we human beings should stay home. We should do full moon rituals. We should be with our loved ones. We should not be operating heavy machinery or be too involved with technology. We should simply be soaking up the energies of the moon so that they don't end up causing harm, and we can actually use them in order to do good. So kind of filling up our tank during the full moon to then use it in a controlled manner. And I can see here within blood that just understanding the fact that you are so eternally connected to the planets, especially the moon, and that you have a part of your lineage that is more sensitive to the celestial changes and the lunar rhythms than a lot of other people, can explain a lot to you about your moods, about how you feel during new moons, why you're maybe very emotional during full moons and feeling very energized during new moons. All of these answers can be found when you study yourself, you study the effects of the different planetary changes on you, and you also remind yourself here that it hasn't been so long that we've lived in this new age with technology, with medicine, modern medicine. For a long time, we had to use the moon, the nature, and everything it had to offer to heal us, to guide us, to protect us, and to keep us alive. I see here within the Three of Cups that there's a ritual, there's a retreat, there's something you will go to that will allow you to make new friends and acquaintances. I hear something like Costa Rica, Tulum, Bali. The Three of Cups shows having a good time, a yoga retreat, a plant medicine retreat. That's what I'm getting here with silver, blood, as well as coagulation, and stepping out of your comfort zone, but with like-minded people. Doing something that feels like a party, but still learning and growing and resting and healing. That's one thing that I'm getting here from your reading, that I'm hearing from Spirit. Also here in the Page of Pentacles, spending some of your last money, your last savings on investing in yourself, on self-growth. That's one thing that I'm getting here in the Page of Pentacles for you. Looking at your funds and thinking, I believe in myself so much that I will now invest this in myself, and I know that the returns will come back tenfold, and they will, group number 3. But know here that that is what comes first. There will be fear. There will maybe even be an element of doubt. However, I don't see too much of that. And just overall believing in yourself, believing that the blood that runs through your veins is the blood of a winner, of someone who is capable. Know here within blood that your life force is the most important thing you've got. And in order to create stability, sometimes you need to break things down. You need for things to become unstable. Like we were speaking about just earlier, investing the last that you've got in yourself for the long term to create stability. Sometimes you have to hit rock bottom mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, financially as well, in order to be able to recover and grow again and get back up and then create stability for yourself financially and maybe also others. Just think about it. A lot of great artists, creatives, entrepreneurs, business people, they neared bankruptcy at one point. They were homeless. They didn't have anything. They had businesses that failed before they really hit a level of success where they were then too big to fail, or they made so much money that it didn't matter whether they lost some. They were just set up for life. That's what I can see here for you. The star shows that you are being called to never forget what a big star you are, quite literally speaking, how much light you bring to this world and to other people's existence, and to speak to yourself kindly, to be gentle with yourself, and to remind yourself that in order to thrive or to see yourself as a star, you have to treat yourself as such. Surround yourself with people who see your star quality. And one thing that I hear within Three of Cups and the star is being under the stars with others, being in a trance-like state, being in a state of enlightenment, of bliss, of love, of connecting with one another, and understanding one another more deeply than you thought possible. So all of my beautiful souls of group 3, this is the first part of your reading I've received for you. I hope you found it insightful. I have more fated messages that were meant just for you, and these are based on an angel number that you can choose now. All you need to do is scroll down into the description box or to the top of the comment section, click the timestamp that indicates that you can choose your angel number at this timestamp, just like you chose from the 4 different groups that I had for you at the start of this video. You get to do that again, but this time you get to pick from 4 different angel numbers. Pick whichever one resonates with you, and then you will be fast forwarded to the second, even more personalized part of your prediction. So group number 3, I will catch you at the click of your next timestamp. Hello, group number 4, and welcome to the first part of your reading about all of the fated messages that are meant just for you. You chose the messages from your Animal Spirit Guides Oracle in connectivity to the Aquamarine crystal. And actually, group number 4, we are twinning. I'm wearing a lot of Aquamarine today, such as on this hand, as well as no, on this one, yeah, I am wearing an aquamarine and also some blue topaz. Long story short, aquamarine is an extremely calming, healing, and soothing stone. So if you are a fire sign or identify as someone who has a bit of fiery personality traits, then you know why you intuitively may have felt drawn to this crystal. So I'll put it right up here so you can enjoy the healing and calming frequencies of this stone through your screen as we get into the fated messages, which you were meant to receive. So let's see what we've got here. First up, we've got the tiger for you. In the tiger, know that an important message you were meant to receive is that you're being called on to provide a leadership. Trust that you're capable of doing so. If you have wondered in the past if you are able to lead a large group of people or just overall be a boss, a business owner, someone who is independent enough to stand up for themselves, but also well-liked enough to lead others, the tiger confirms that you have all that you need in order to succeed, in order to be a capable leader, but you need to trust in your abilities, group number 4. The zebra shows us here that it's time to let go of fear and know that you're safe and protected at all times. I currently am getting this message of cave, retreat, hermit, just kind of going away from the world to journal, to reflect. That is the message that I'm hearing, that I'm receiving, that when you're feeling fearful or like you don't quite know where you stand, retreat away from the world. Take time in order to remind yourself of who you are. Don't let others dictate your worth, your value, or your self-confidence, group number 4. Whenever you feel kind of like you're unsure what comes next in your life or whether you're capable, it's best to, rather than look around, just go into your home, your room, or into nature and write a love letter to yourself, quite literally speaking, as silly as it sounds. A love letter to you about how amazing, intelligent, capable, and beautiful that you are. Even if you don't believe it at first, this exercise becomes easier the more you do it. The ladybug is representative that this is a time of good fortune and abundance, so be willing to receive all good things in your life. It is important for you to even be open to receiving, to be able to make use of any abundance that's coming your way. Obviously, if you're not open to receiving and you're not open to the abundance, it will be hard to receive anything, right, group number 4? So remind yourself that you're just as worthy of abundance, care, and love as any other person. Think of your best friend, your mom, your dad, just someone you adore. It could be a sibling. And when you think of what you feel like they deserve in life, apply that same kind of attention and respect to yourself, because you deserve this more than you realize. Also, I keep hearing ladybugs flying around you, ladybugs in the garden, on the balcony, on your way to school or work. If a ladybug lands on you in these next days after you've received this reading, group number 4, don't be surprised, and leave a little ladybug emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you received this reading. Let's move further into it. Next up, we've got the Roadrunner. Now, this animal is representative of keeping your sense of humor and not taking things too seriously. Trust me, group 4, some of the happiest, most at peace and at ease people I have ever met are usually individuals who don't take things too personally. They don't take other people's comments or actions as an attack on themselves. They see it for what it is. It's simply someone's impulse, someone's reaction, someone's need for attention or love. And sometimes it's a lack of better way to express a need. Sometimes the people who need love the most struggle the most to show that. So if you've got an acquaintance, a partner, a boss, someone close to you who kind of asks for love in the worst ways, like they start an argument or they say nobody cares about them, they complain a lot, know that this often indicates that that person is in need, in desperate need of love and attention that they never got either as a kid or now in their adult life, that they feel as though they are lacking. And remember that the people who are hurt truly do hurt the most, and the people who need love the most ask for it more often than not in the most unloving ways. And that has nothing to do with you. That is a reflection of what they are going through. That is a reflection of their inner state, not of something you've done. So don't take it personally. Keep your sense of humor and also keep a distance to this type of individual. Next up, we've got the Great Serpent. Know here in the Great Serpent, we've kind of got a symbol very, very close to an Ouroboros. The symbol of the Ouroboros, you for sure have seen it before, group 4, is a symbol of a snake biting its own tail, and that stands for infinity. It stands for growth. It stands for cycles and also rebirths. So know here within, actually, I just noticed now we've got the Great Serpent written here and Ouroboros over here. I was simply so deep into receiving the depiction, the energies, that I actually even failed to read that part, but that is good confirmation for us, group number 4. And know here within Mars that we have a very fierce, forceful type of energy that's present. So the rebirths that you will go through, the next transformations, will feel strong, powerful, forceful. They will feel passionate, and you will feel like the changes you're going through at times are too much for you to handle all at once. It will feel like you are going through so much transformation that it's hard to keep up. It's hard to kind of find a moment to take a breath. And that's okay, because sometimes you have to be pushed and challenged and put to the test and put in a situation where things are moving very rapidly to remind yourself of the fact that you can keep up with a fast pace. You are the type of person who is capable to overcome any challenges that may be put your way or that may be put on your plate. Next up, we've got the breath. Know here within the breath that, quite literally speaking, you're being called to ask yourself, how are you breathing right now, group number 4? Are you taking short, shallow breaths, or are you taking belly breaths? Look at your stomach right now. Look at your belly right now and see how far forward your breath can bring your belly if you take a deep inhale. So let's do this together. Let's take some deep, healthy, healing belly breaths. Let's inhale, hold it at the top for a couple seconds, and exhale, sigh it out, group number 4. And try to continue taking deep breaths, filling your body with that sweet O, that sweet oxygen that you desperately need in order for your cells to work at an optimum level, and also for your brain to get a lot of oxygen so you don't get headaches, migraines, you don't feel so much anxiety in your body and tension. Know here within calcification that an important fated message you are meant to receive is that when you feel hardened, when you feel calcified, sometimes the best thing for you to do is to breathe deeply and remind yourself of who you are and what your path in life is. In case you didn't know, group number 4, bones, for example, can calcify. That means they can harden with age. Osteoporosis, for example, that is calcification of the bones, hardening, and that can make things weaker rather than stronger. You think, oh, hardening is good, but when it hardens, it becomes, in a way, easier for it to break apart, for there to be splinters, for there to, in the end, be ridges that are caused, rather when something is not so kind of calcified and hardened that it's still flexible, it's still malleable, it can still move a little bit, right? There's life in it. So remind yourself here that to break through calcification of the mind and the body, you can support yourself through breathing properly and deeply, through breathing deeply in a state of meditation. There are a lot of scientific studies which have already been conducted and are still ongoing that show that meditation and taking control of your mind can truly have a positive effect on your physiology, on your body. So don't feel as though what happens in your head stays in your head. Your mindset truly is everything, and it has a strong effect on your life, the development of your life, and also your physical health and well-being. Know here within Be Authentic that your guides are asking you to take off the masks. If you feel like you live in a society where you're ridiculed for things like loving astrology, loving tarot, oracle cards, maybe there's something else you're very much into. It could be breathing techniques and meditation, and people around you look at you as though you're strange, or you're just pretending, or you're trying to be this bigger than life guru. Don't pay any mind to that. You know what serves you, group number 4, and a fated message meant to find you is to remain authentic regardless of adversity, regardless of how others may try to shame you or make you feel like you are strange. Remember here in the leap of faith that most likely the people you look up to the most, it could be someone that built a successful business, it could be an artist, an athlete, a philanthropist, someone who came up with technology which changed humanity. I want you to know that they were all different. They all had something in them that made them obsessed with their cause and their path in life. And in order to make a real change, to truly live your most authentic expression, you have to take the leap of faith and risk being so different that maybe some people are too afraid to even be around you, because you're holding up a mirror to them that shows them how they potentially have failed to be authentic. And that's why when they see you being authentic, it strikes a nerve and they feel a need to stop that process, or to kind of put stones on your path and in your way, because for them it is discomfort to see how another person is doing something they were too afraid to ever try. But remind yourself here within master number 44 and the card on fire that once you are able to ignite the part of yourself that is unafraid, that is able to express themselves truly and without any fear or any overthinking in an authentic way. Sky is the limit. Just like with musicians, we see this a lot. For example, when they've got one or two songs, maybe even an album that gets really popular and well known, it is make or break. Either they are on fire from there, they continue to take leaps of faith and be authentic, different, and create music that touches other people, or they kind of succumb to the overwhelming amount of attention, fame, and people talking in their ear, and they lose that authenticity that first made them so liked, that allowed them to blow up. So it can either go one way or the other, but remind yourself when you're on fire to listen to that inner voice, to your gut feeling, to listen to everything that feels right, rather than ask yourself what would be cool or what would be the best. You know that deep within. Endless serendipity shows us good fortune. It shows us endless, very positive surprises that you did not expect coming towards you. And being able to celebrate your successes, your achievements, and accomplishments. Know here within, we've actually got 2 cards. We have got your tribe, your vibe, as well as goal setting. Remind yourself to always surround yourself with people who are open-minded, who think and dream big, and to whom sky is the limit. When you surround yourself with winners, with people who dream big, think big, and act as though sky is the limit, you will automatically more easily do the same, because there is no wall of shame. There is nobody holding you or your tribe back. You are simply being authentic. You're simply kind of taking over the world by storm, if you will. And being around people who are successful in that sense, successful in being authentic, opens so many new doors to you. And that's why we've got gold here within your reading. That's what gold stands for. Worth, value, also having riches coming your way, having abundance in the material and financial sense. I want you to understand here within gold that being surrounded by people who aren't afraid to take action towards goals that others might deem as unrealistic or too big, it is kind of infectious, if you will, because when you're surrounded by that energy, it is normal to do things that are unthinkable to some people in society. It is normal to chase your dreams and succeed and achieve, compared to a society or a group of people to whom that is an anomaly. So when you surround yourself with people to whom kindness, achievement, upliftment comes naturally, you will find that, of course, this also comes naturally to you, and achieving the things you set your mind towards happens just effortlessly overall. Now, the Drowned King shows here that it's important we let go of the ego of needing to have a certain rank, if you will. There are achievers and there are achievers. Some people are very successful, they're achievers, they're creatives, they're artists, but it's very important for them to be superior or to be the best one. Like being in a friend circle where everybody is wildly successful, but there's that one person who is the clear leader, who is the number one person because they've either earned the most, they're the most famous, the most known, and they will always kind of be a little bit of the king, if you will, of the group. Others, even though they're famous and successful, bow down to them. They are kissing that person's butt, to be very frank and direct about the situation, just to be in that person's good books for even more opportunity. And that's where we've got the Drowned King. There are also people who are very successful where no matter the conversation or the time of day, they're in a group of others who are successful, and it's not just defined by fame or money. Success also has a lot to do with kindness, with mindset, with discipline, with what kind of change you're able to make in the world. It's not just about the bottom line in business accounting. Okay, so here within the Drowned King, definitely understand that there are different ways for you to be in a group of successful people. Next up, we've got Saturn, which is a planet of innovation, of change, and transformation. Saturn shows you here that sky is the limit once you've begun your journey, and to be very fearless. Remind yourself in Saturn that often your dreams are smaller than what you're actually able to accomplish. And know here within Iron that having this kind of strong-headedness, a very strong mind, is what will allow you to be triumphant and to overcome any challenges and trials and tribulations, group number 4. So if you were called stubborn in your life as a kid, maybe also still today, no matter what age you're at, you should not take it too seriously, as we've got here in the Roadrunner. Don't take life or other people too seriously. Just smile, laugh, and say thank you. Genuinely mean it, because your stubbornness is actually what allows you to achieve so much more than people could ever dream of in their entire lives, than maybe you at one point could ever dream of. And staying convinced about where you're going, staying convinced about the possibility to be wildly successful, wildly influential, wildly well-known, wealthy, and famous. Maybe you want to be extremely healthy or flexible, or to touch as many people's lives as positively as you can. There are so many different forms of wealth, but know that what you thought you could accomplish in this lifetime is likely even smaller than what you are really made for. You're most likely not even dreaming big enough. So stay at least convinced and 100% in a place of stubbornness with your dreams, where you will not rest until you have accomplished those. Because trust me, once you've accomplished those, group number 4, you have even more things coming your way that are bigger, that are wilder in a good way, and that will simply allow you to think to yourself, man, I dreamed so small. If I see what the universe and God actually had in stock for me, if I would have been able to see that 5 years ago, for example, I would have never believed it. And that is the type of fated message that you are meant to receive. It's like a little secret being revealed about your future. Now, group number 4, I will now clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back with you so we can delve even more deeply into your prediction and uncover more fated messages that were meant just for you. So all you need to do is hold on tight, and I'll be right back. Welcome back, group number 4. Did you miss me? Now let's delve even more deeply into the fated messages that were meant just for you, shall we? Let's see what Spirit has to say. I'm hearing rocks, I'm hearing desert. For some reason, we've got something here that seems to have to do with a warmer, hotter climate. So within the Hanged Man reversed, which now is actually the Hanged Man upright, I want you to know that a fated message meant to find you is to no longer wait, but to take action. If when it comes to deserts and hotter climates, you've been thinking about visiting places such as Morocco, Egypt, maybe Dubai, the Middle East, just overall a place where the climate is a little bit more warm, then do know here within the Hanged Man now upright, you're being called to make some sort of plan how you can get there. Maybe you also just wanted to go to a place that is not that far away from you, a desert that you live close to, for a camping experience, a safari experience, to see something new, something like a spiritual experience too. I want you to know here within the Ace of Pentacles that what comes for you is a lot of new beginnings professionally when you have fulfilled some of these things on your bucket list that have to do with warmer countries. So the Ace of Pentacles shows that sometimes you really do just need a little change of scenery and a trip away to a new place in order to see things from a fresh perspective that in the end catapults you to a place that is just wildly successful. And I mean success beyond your wildest dreams. So we hear that a lot with people who are very successful entrepreneurs or even creatives, that they had to take some time away, spend some time in a monastery in nature, away from what they knew in order to come back stronger than ever and to rise like a phoenix from the ashes. It's like hitting rock bottom, but in a sense, learning a lot about yourself and your craft, a very spiritual rock bottom. So the Sun reversed shows us here that when it comes to some faded messages you were meant to receive, the Sun reversed is about not resting on old laurels. In the Sun reversed, you are being reminded of all of the experiences that you have yet to make with people whom you love, new friends and acquaintances. And know here within the Emperor reverse that sometimes it's best to not plan too far ahead. That may actually even just cause more anxiety and uncertainty for you, especially if a lot of the planning ahead has to do with stuff that's just out of your control. Other people's decisions and feelings, like being in a relationship that is fresh and new and already planning what will happen at your wedding, what will happen 20 years from now. Is this person going to have these annoying traits that you don't like in the next couple decades even? Just remind yourself here that sometimes planning too far ahead and overthinking situations just causes more stress than necessary. Because what if, for example, you're overthinking about whether your parent is going to be healthy for the next years, but actually they don't have any issues whatsoever. They're healthy, they're fit, they're able to have experiences with you. But here you were overthinking whether they're even going to make it that many years. So in a way, you were taking away from the present moment just out of worry. Know here within the 10 of Swords that you are being called to let go of worry and overthinking, because it's just doing precisely this to you. It is ending you. It is causing a lot of pain and unnecessary distress that is easy for you to avoid, my gorgeous souls of group number 4. If you just remind yourself that planning too far in advance to the point where you're overthinking other people's health condition, you're pre-worrying for other people in your life, it's not helping them. It's not creating more stability. It's not making the outcome that you desire more likely. It is in the end just causing you an incredible amount of extra added stress, right? So try to be your own biggest supporter in the sense of not letting stress get to you, in the sense of allowing some things to just happen however they should or however they will, and knowing that someone else's health or well-being isn't entirely in your control. Depends a lot on how that person takes care of themselves, what they want out of life, and ultimately it will never be your decision to make. I see here within the unicorn, my beautiful unicorn baby of group 4. Of all the cards, we received the unicorn, so we are truly connected and our angels and guides are here with us. Know within the unicorn that you're being called to indulge your creative, imaginative, and magical side through some form of artistic expression. When was the last time you just painted something for fun without overthinking whether it looked good? When was the last time you just sang a song, regardless of whether your voice allowed you to feel as though it is a stage-worthy experience, should people be around you or if anyone was in the room with you? At the end of the day, the unicorn asks you to express yourself artistically in an authentic way without again, the overthinking that we spoke about of whether it's good enough, nice enough, beautiful enough, and simply indulging your creative, imaginative, and magical side, because you have a side that's filled with creativity. There's a big part of you that has an imagination like no other. And your magical side, well, there is this kind of sixth sense, this inner knowing that a lot of people lack, but you have. Group number 4, that becomes very evident from the way that your angels are communicating through the unicorn. So next up, we've got the camel for you. I want you to know here in the camel that this animal brings a message of trusting that you've got the resources to get through any challenges before you. And as you know, the camel has its resources in its hump. It stores all the necessary hydration and food in there. So it is actually a mammal that can go a very long time without water, without sufficient food supply, or what would be sufficient for other mammals. It's a very incredible being that has everything within itself, and when it really needs it, it can use those reserves in order to survive or even thrive. And you are being brought this message by the divine to remind yourself that you have these same traits and these same attributes. You have everything that you need in a moment of need to turn things around for the better, for the best for yourself. You have the resources that you need to overcome any challenge that's put before you, but you have to be 100% convinced that you've got the answers within. Otherwise, you will always look on the outside. And when you do that, you start to become nervous. You start to take people's advice that isn't that helpful to you. And that's where your loyalty should actually lie with what truly serves you and serves your purpose, your highest goal in life. The goal of your existence, really. Know here within the dog that this message of loyalty and not serving too many masters, quote unquote, is a highly, highly important thing for you to remind yourself of when you're scattered, when you're not sure what to do, when you're asking too many people for advice on very personal matters, such as what you should do in your career or within a romantic relationship. So remind yourself here, group number 4, just as there's this saying in German that too many cooks ruin the soup, the same goes for your life. Too many opinions of others actually doesn't really help you at all. So let's see what else that your guides have prepared for you. We've got the Bobcat Spirit next up. Now in the Bobcat Spirit, know here that a lot of things are also meant to remain a mystery. You may never find out whether that ex of yours or that situationship was actually still interested in their ex. You're maybe never going to fully know why you got fired from that job that you actually thought you did pretty well, or why you barely passed an exam that you kind of feel you were better at than you were given credit for. Know here within the Bobcat Spirit that allowing for certain things to keep you up at night just simply isn't worth your time and energy, and to know that some things will always remain a mystery, and it's fine. You don't need the answers to absolutely everything. The Bee Spirit shows you that sweet results actually lie very close ahead, especially when you remain loyal to what is in alignment with you and your purpose. Now, being in alignment with your purpose means, of course, also executing a type of job, professionally speaking, that allows you to learn, to grow, to thrive, and to overall feel like you're never stagnating. That's what the Bee Spirit shows us within this reading. The Rhino Spirit is all about overcoming any kind of obstacle and knowing that the bigger the obstacle, the sweeter the result when you finally get to the other end. And one thing that I keep hearing is promotion, it's graduation, it's the sweet result of just an increase in power, in support, and also just a financial kind of stability. that is being created here that is part of the sweet result. Working like clockwork, that's what I see within the bee spirit for you. Being punctual is a very important thing when it comes to your career professionally. And also definitely know here within the bee spirit that manifestation and hard work, they go hand in hand. Within the electric eel spirit, know that bringing your ideas to life is highly possible at this point in time. You've got the energy, the vigor, and the belief in yourself to go for what you've always dreamt of. For me, group number 4, I am most likely going to start pursuing my musical dreams that I've had for a very long time. Also creating more tarot and oracle decks and publishing those for the world to benefit from. And just overall bringing any artistic ideas to life that I may have had. And you are being pushed to do the same, to know that there comes a time where you've got to decide, where either you continue to dream of it and ask yourself what could have been, what should have been, what would have been, or you go for it, group number 4. You make a plan and you just start executing. Of course, you won't really know what you're doing, but it's not about that. It's just about making a list, ticking it off, and taking strides towards your goals. Next up, we've got the Phantom Quartz, which is all about you embracing change. Group 4, the Phantom Quartz is indicative of a lot of big changes that are coming towards your life and a lot of unexpected ones at that. Know here within the Rhino spirit that the changes coming towards you may first feel like obstacles, but actually what's going to happen is that at the end you will be rewarded. I'm talking about these sweet results we spoke of within the bee spirit. So for example, being in a very challenging situation when it comes to your work, not knowing how to deal with certain people, but then in the end, because you still dealt with it, you still faced it head on, you're the one who has the respect of your colleagues, you're the one who gets promoted or gets an amazing new job opportunity that others could only dream of. Here within the Black Tourmaline, know that protecting your energy is one of the important messages that are fated and meant for you. Especially during the delicate phases of bringing ideas to life, you want to steer clear of anyone who is a non-believer of your ideas, of the things that make you feel very excited, ecstatic, and passionate. Anyone who's kind of dragging that down or bringing that down, group number 4, just steer clear of those individuals, because right now is a phase of building. So next up, we've got lead as well as dissolution. I want you to know here within lead and dissolution that of course, old habit patterns are only very difficult for you to dissolve, to get rid of. But also understand here that sometimes all you need to do is make little changes in order for the habit to become something completely different but yet amazing for you. So let me give you an example, group number 4. You may have had this habit of overeating or snacking a lot, and now all of a sudden you exchange all of the chips, the chocolates, the juices, the sweet things, the salty things, the unhealthy things. You now replace that in your home, in your kitchen, on the countertops with pre-cut fruit, with pre-peeled nuts, with just overall little snacks, little carrots and hummus or whatever it is that you like that's healthy. And all of a sudden the whole day you're snacking on a lot more fruit and vegetable than you might even eat in a week. You know what I mean? And what started off as an unhealthy habit can turn into something so invigorating, so energizing and healthy for you. You just need to make the change to the habit that then makes it positive. You may, for example, be a very fiery person, someone who says what they think, and rather than doing so impulsively, you use that fiery characteristic and habit of yours in order to be the best in your field when it comes to your career, because you put that passion towards learning and creating rather than, for example, trying to justify yourself. Know here within the alchemical wedding that there is a lot that's going to intertwine in your life that you didn't expect to come together in that way. And furthermore, there will be a wedding that lasts for eternity, and it will bring certain family members together that you thought would never want to be in the same room with one another. So you tying the knot is going to make a big difference in the family dynamic that's present right now in your reality, in your surrounding, and it will definitely solidify the fact that blood is thicker than water in many, many instances. I see here within the new pearl that you are being looked at as someone whose value has completely changed. A fated message meant to receive you is that in the past, people may have looked at you as more of like a child, someone who doesn't quite know what they're doing or where they're going, someone that didn't have as much respect as now, once you have overcome certain challenges and obstacles where others would have just kind of run away, would have unalived themselves, would have done anything to avoid. You pushed through, you fought, and I want you to know here that that makes for such a beautiful journey when you can look back and you see all of the times that things could have gone wrong, all of the times where you could have given up, but you decided not to. You decided to stay strong, to remain present, to keep going, to set an example for your descendants, for the younger generation that is yet to come, that will follow you. And it's just overall something to be super proud of and to remember, as we've got here, as perfect moments. Perfect moments where things seemed so imperfect, where you could have taken an easier route, but you decided not to because you wanted to do the right thing, because you wanted to set a example that you would respect, an example that you would want for the next generation. You decided to practice what you preach, and sometimes even if you're in pain doing something that you believe in, it is like a perfect moment and there's nothing that can take that away. For example, when I'm running, it is sometimes a lot of pain. It's a huge challenge. It feels as though my body is burning up, but in a way, it is a perfect moment, pushing myself to the limit, because that's what I stand for, pushing the limits, doing better, trying harder, being disciplined, and kind of also seeing how my body is capable of so much more than I've ever given it credit for. And when you see some of your suffering and your challenges as perfect moments, because you could pick the easier route, like with me, for example, to not run at all, to just walk or to just stay home, you still did the challenging route. You still said to yourself, you know what, let me face this challenge, let me face this adversity. And you did so in the strongest, most confident, most inspiring way. And that is what creates these perfect moments of feeling like, you know what, I can give myself a little pat on the back and be proud of who I've become and where I'm going. Now, group number 4, please leave a bee emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and that you received this part of your reading. And now I'm going to go straight to the 4 angel numbers that you can pick from. Unlike the other groups, you don't need to click a timestamp. We'll get straight into that part where it's just like at the beginning of this video where you got to pick 4 groups. This will be the second round where you get to pick from 4 groups again, but in this instance we've got 4 angel numbers, so that way you will receive a highly personalized second, or shall I say third layout of this pick a card reading, where we will go through all of the fated messages that were meant just for you. So hang tight, group number 4, and I will now introduce you to the 4 different angel numbers that you can choose from to uncover the last bits of vital information that you are meant to receive. Welcome back, all of my beautiful souls, to the second round where you get to pick from these 4 angel numbers that I've got prepared for you in order to receive the next part of your prediction with all of the fated messages that were meant for you. So I will give you a little moment of privacy. You can choose between the angel number 111, 222, 333, and 444. Pick whichever number that resonates with you at this point in time, and then you can find the timestamps to all 4 of these groups below in the description box, as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. So all you'll need to do is just what you did during round 1 of your prediction. Click your corresponding timestamp and you will be fast forwarded to the relevant part of this video. So as promised, I will leave you to your little moment of privacy with the 4 angel numbers right here, and then I will continue your reading starting off with angel number 111. So relax, take your sweet time, and I will catch you all at the click of your next timestamp. Hello, all of my beautiful souls within angel number 111. What is up, you guys? Are you ready to move even further into your prediction, where we will uncover all of the fated messages that were meant just for you? Because I know I'm prepared to uncover absolutely everything from spirit and your guides. I'm hearing thunder, I'm hearing rain, I'm hearing change. First up, we've got Marie Masquerade, glamour, intrigue, drama. So just like I was hearing when it comes to thunder and rain, we've got some change, some drama, some sort of glamorous but dramatic scene that's being set up for you. So think of yourself in your home, in your room, on the couch during a rainy, thundery evening and feeling very good about yourself, being all dressed up because you maybe just came back from a meeting, maybe you just got home from a date, whether that's with someone you're already with or you're single and you went out, and just feeling like you're in a very dramatic mood. You're not actually sad, you're not actually going through anything so hefty, but you just feel like what would really close off this moment fabulously, like in a Hollywood movie, is if you would just allow for the tears to flow, maybe even have some mascara stains on your cheeks, running down your face, and just overall feeling like you are the star of the show in a dramatic and yet fun, very deep kind of way. That's the vibe we're getting here for you. In Mystical Sister, and we have one more card for you, Mystical Sister as well as Chaos, I want you to know that there's nothing wrong with being a little dramatic and chaotic at times. If you identify as someone who is pretty scattered at times, then do know here that often the greatest, biggest artists are scattered people. They're people who are not necessarily just in a stoic mood very often. These are people who can have roller coaster rides of emotions every now and then. And here within Mystical Sister, know that this is something that sets you apart from many others. The fact that you can also distance yourself from these emotions, from some of the roller coaster rides, from some of the drama that you may have going on from time to time, or when you kind of make up some sort of dramatic scene in your head, you make up a little bit of drama within your head and you're playing it out. You're not actually doing it or engaging in it, but you're just for the fun of it. You're just having fun with seeing yourself in this outer body experience. I want you to know with conjunction that what follows for you in life is this eternal ability to have a life where you romanticize many moments, whether that's just having your coffee, tea, or water in the morning, first thing, maybe your glass of juice. You know how to romanticize moments, to make them epic, to make them feel like they would last forever and like you're in some sort of movie scene that is just picturing the moment in such a glamorous, fabulous way. Next up, we got the Sewer Mermaid. So within the Sewer Mermaid, I want you to know here that your sensitivity is beautiful. The fact that you are sensitive, like sometimes you are in the mood to be a little dramatic, you are in the mood to glamorize your life to the max, to wear very, very over the top clothing, even to find yourself in a space where you can even let out some emotion through crying or screaming, not to harm anyone, but just for you to have an outlet. The sewer mermaid reminds you that your sensuality and your sensitivity is beautiful, especially the part of you that is sensual in the sense of sharing your emotions. And even if you feel like your body does not conform to society's standards or isn't exactly how you want it, know that your sensuality of feeling comfortable within your body, of wanting to share sensual experiences with another person, that is something that is extremely beautiful. Next up, we've got the Sea Beacon Fairy guidance, but where will it lead you? What comes next, as we spoke about earlier, is a day where there's thunder, where there's rain, there's darkness, and you will find that who emerges from this next thundery day that's about to show up in your life is your Sea Beacon Fairy. And your Sea Beacon Fairy is going to bring you guidance through the number 111. Look out for that angel number for yourself, group number 1. And know here that your guidance is going to lead you somewhere new, somewhere that you're not used to, a place you've never been before, not physically, not mentally. So traveling the world may be something that you do without ever expecting it. And I want you to know here in the Sea Beacon Fairy that your emotions will be running high with these new experiences that are coming towards you. Another thing that we've got here within the Sea Beacon Fairy is that we've got waves, we've got this kind of a little bit stormy looking weather, and also wings. So no matter how stormy things may be, sometimes actually the storms simply help you to fly, because then there is more wind to work with. So remind yourself that even going through some sort of challenge or difficulty, sometimes these challenges are great because they open up the door to opportunity for you. So if there is chaos at work, for example, of course, that may mean that you've got more work to do and there may be more confusion. But what could also happen is that you are the one who sees through the chaos, who becomes the leader, and who ends up actually putting themselves in a position to be a leader in the long term, to get the promotion, to have more funds available to them. So know here within Perfect Moments that Spirit has so many opportunities prepared for you that may seem imperfect at first, where you're not sure what place you're being led to, but actually in the end, everything turns out better than you could have ever wished for. Let's see what we've got next. Manifesting magic. Now, all of my souls of angel number 111 know that manifesting magic is something that you do a lot behind closed doors. So anyone who ends up being intimate with you, they feel as though the whole thing was just manifesting magic, like the experience was extraordinary, something they've never felt before, and like you are truly the best. And I want you to know in the Sewer Mermaid and Manifesting Magic that this very seductive kind of pose, this seductive aura, is something that you are being called to embrace, and don't feel embarrassed about it. Don't feel uncomfortable, for example, looking at someone in a manner that they may realize you have some sort of romantic affinity towards them, or you're thinking about what it would be like to be with them intimately. Use your looks, your body language, the fact that you are a very attractive and seductive individual in order to make the situation more interesting and more passionate as well, because who doesn't like to be with someone who's comfortable in their own skin and who isn't afraid to start off with a little bit of flirtation. Now, Venus is of course the planet of affection, attraction, beauty, as well as balance. So this planet showing up just as we're speaking of being attractive, being seductive, it is truly a sign to also look out for your Venus Venus and what sign it is in. If you want to find out what sign your Venus is in your birth chart, simply Google your birth chart. You will have to put in the time that you were born as well as the day and the year, and then if you just type that in, your birth chart and all of that information, you will find your Venus placement. So your Venus placement may be in Aries, it may be in Cancer, it may be in Capricorn, Gemini, and I want you to know that whatever that placement is in, you have the most seductive traits of that zodiac sign. So if your Venus is in Aries, you are the most passionate person that anyone has ever met. If your Venus, for example, is in Scorpio, I want you to know that you are the most mysterious person, the most exciting and alluring individual, the most intense lover that anyone has ever been with. And if your Venus, for example, is in Gemini, I want you to know that you are the best communicator who makes people feel as comfortable as they've ever felt while being intimate with you. So you having this kind of Venus superpower is one thing that you have underestimated for a long time about yourself. In the Despicable Face, know here that there are some situations where it's best for you to not even get into a battle or an argument with anyone. The Despicable Face shows here that during times of chaos and emotions running high, there are some people surrounding you who become very impatient, who become very worried, they overthink, and they start to take action without properly thinking through what the consequences are going to be. And the best thing for you to do in that instance is to know that a lot of people can just react out of impulse, out of uncertainty and insecurity, and to not apply their actions to what it means about your worth. So, for example, if a boss or a coworker screams at you and they kind of lose their ish because they are so nervous and overwhelmed with what's going on, with the chaos, don't take that personally whatsoever, and remind yourself that it's just a reflection of what they're going through, and it just shows that they are unable to handle certain amounts of pressure. So try to stay calm in the face of this, and you will be seen by everyone surrounding the situation, by the public, by the community, as a trustworthy leader who is able to keep a cool head. Now, all of my beautiful souls of the angel number 111, what I will now do is clear and cleanse the space for you, and then we'll continue on into the fated messages that you are meant to receive. And at some point, we're going to have received most of them, and then the remaining part is for all my patrons. You can then find those remaining messages on my Patreon. So just hold tight, group 1, and I'll be right back. Welcome back, all my gorgeous souls of angel number 111. I'm excited to delve even more deeply into this reading. Okay, first up we've got artist, and then we've also got practice. You are an artist. There is an art form that you have been passionate about even since you were a child, and you've been neglecting it a little too much. That's the message that I'm getting here, to get back into practicing. Polish your skills by practicing regularly, and know that engaging in artistic activities is beneficial to your career and every other area of your life. And that's one thing I've been doing as well. Group 1, I have been spending way more time singing, making music, just practicing that area, that artistic part of my personality, to hone it, and not only for my own benefit, but also in hopes of being able to create some sort of music that will be beneficial and of value to others, that others will like to sing and dance along to. But we still are working on that. The most important thing, though, is to practice and to never give up on your artistic dreams. Next up, we've got infinite abundance. Within infinite abundance, know that you're fully supported as you devote yourself to your divine life purpose. taking away from your life purpose is something that often you don't feel immediately, but as the months and years go by, you start to realize that a piece of you is missing. That's how I felt when I didn't sing or engage in my artistic expression of music for a while. I didn't notice immediately how much it was affecting me, but I think over the years, I really started to notice that only listening in on music and singing along a little bit, but not really creating as much, not really doing as much vocal training as I was, it affected me deeply and in a way so profoundly that I felt like I had lost a big part of myself. And you may resonate with that example. Maybe another example that you truly resonate with is the example of drawing or painting. Maybe you're an artist when it comes to writing your words, cooking, for example. Maybe you're great at organization and cleaning. That is an art form too. I want you to know that no art form is worth more or less than the other or the one right next to it, and to just know that as long as it is helpful and soothing to you, as long as it allows you to feel purposeful, that's when you will be able to access infinite abundance, because you are in your purpose. Devote yourself to your divine life purpose, because the results may not be immediate, they may not be overnight, but you will find that these gifts will come to you in a very plentiful way, that your purpose will pay itself off sooner rather than later. Next up, we've got Strange Valentine. Love is strange, and don't feel in any way like judging yourself for the type of person you're attracted to. Maybe you're attracted to someone who is taller, shorter, bigger, skinnier than you. It doesn't quite matter when it comes to the physicalities, but even just on an emotional and mental level, maybe you're into someone who's very nerdy or who knows a lot about a specific topic. Maybe you like someone who's very physically fit. And within Strange Valentine, opposites really do attract more often than not, but also remind yourself that it's okay to have kinks and certain types of preferences and to go for that, even if it's unexplainable, even if conventionally speaking, people don't understand it. Like, for example, I have friends who are in age gap relationships, and it is not for any other reason than love. I am certain about that. And to some, it may seem unacceptable or unimaginable, but looking at these couples where they are so attracted to one another, it is beautiful to see that people can be so comfortable in who they love and the way they want to love that they create these beautiful relationships that last for years and decades, that they are way more happy in than if they were to conform to something just because that's the norm. And you're being encouraged to do the same no matter what your preference is. It could be something about looks, it could be an age thing, it could be a personality thing, it could even be something that they do intimately when you're physical with them. Here within the Winged Seer, you see clearly, and you've got a gift of clairvoyance that you have yet to discover. And once you do, it's all about practicing. So group of angel number 111, don't be surprised if you start to see things in the sense of kind of already seeing what will happen in the future before it's occurred, before it's happened. It's like you have this flash, this vision, this moment where it just flashes before your eyes, and then it actually happens. If you've ever had this feeling of deja vu where you're going through something and it feels like you've already experienced this and it's like the second time you're experiencing it now, that's precisely what I see here in the Winged Seer. That you will have first these strange feelings of already having experienced things ahead of time. So even just watching this reading, you already feel like you know roughly what messages will come next. You already know what's going to happen today and in the next couple days, and then it actually transpires. You actually get the confirmation that you have this clairvoyant ability, and you may have shrugged it off in the past, but know here in the Pink Lotus Fairy that now is a time in your life for spirit, to connect with spirit, to connect with your guides, to connect with the clairvoyant part of yourself, and to be reminded of the fact that your gift shouldn't just be shrugged off or seen as a weird coincidence. The more you look into it, the more you practice, the more you work on your clairvoyant ability, it's like a muscle, the more you will strengthen it and be able to use it when you need it the most. Like, for example, when you're trying to make a decision financially, when you're trying to make a decision about whether to continue a relationship or not, you will know precisely what to do once you have fully reconnected with your most spiritual self. Next up, we've got the agate, getting back into balance. Now, my gorgeous souls of angel number 111, the best way for you to get back into balance is not just through meditation, but also through this artistic expression we spoke about. The best thing for you to do if you're feeling out of balance is to get into your flow state. You know, when you're creating or doing something and you don't even realize how time flies by? That is how I feel, for example, when I'm creating these readings. It's like time just passes by and I don't even really realize how it's happening or why it's happening. All I know is that by the time I'm done reading, it's like, oh my God, where has the time gone? All of these messages are just kind of flowing through me. And you may feel the same way when it comes to painting, writing, creating music. Maybe you love artistic expression through dance as well, or something such as gardening. You know, it doesn't have to be one of those very traditional artistic expressions. Maybe you like knitting or sewing. Just know here within the Unakite that being in the now and living in the now is the best remedy for a lot of ailments that you may have or you may experience, whether that is anxiety, depression, or I would say this is one that we don't classify as an ailment, but boy, does it cause distress. Procrastination, my beautiful souls. So know here within the Unakite that the more you're able to truly just live in the now, to focus on what you're doing in this moment, the more you will actually find that, hey, you end up feeling so much more composed, so much more at ease and in a state of completion than when you simply allow yourself to be scattered and you don't engage in all of the hobbies that you once had or that you kind of lost touch with. The Six of Pentacles shows that you will be in a position of generosity. You will receive because you've given so much, but it's also important to sometimes stop giving, and I don't mean stop forever, but if you have given someone countless chances or you've lent money to somebody on many occasions, you also need to know when to kind of close the tap, when to be done with that, because after all, you also need to look out for yourself, your family, maybe even your kids, your business. So it's important in the Six of Pentacles to know that life really is give and take. And if you've been doing a lot of giving, it is sometimes also time to take. And not many people will tell you that because society makes it seem like it is so selfish to take when it is really not. Group one, it is very necessary at times. Here within the Three of Blades, know that staying away from heartache and heartbreak is something that is possible through your clairvoyant gifts. In connectivity to the Winged Seer, the Three of Blades makes it abundantly clear that you can avoid all heartbreak and heartache just by honing your skill of clairvoyance, just by leaning into it more, by developing it more. As soon as you meet someone, and even if you are in a situationship or you haven't quite figured out what you want to do yet, you will see before your eyes whether there is a future, a long-lasting one with the person in question or not. And then it's up to you whether you continue to pursue and just have fun, or whether you've seen enough and you take action now. So the Four of Blades shows that because you've got this psychic ability, that means that you may also need a lot more rest than the usual person, a lot more naps, a lot more time to just kind of exhale, sigh it out, and be in meditation, or even just lying and sleeping, taking naps. Don't allow for anyone to nap shame you. Group 1, that is a big point I want to mention, because there are too many nap shamers out here, and we need to say something. We need to call them out, because napping is healthy, and it is something that we need to stop looking at as though it is lazy. Also, some of us, depending on our jobs, depending on what kind of abilities we have, how our brain and our bodies are wired, how we eat, how we exercise, what cycle of life we're in. If we're females, what cycle we're in right now with our menstruation, if we're menstruating. I want you to know in the Four of Blades that all of that makes a huge difference, and not to feel like justifying yourself before anyone who isn't in the same body as you. So not justifying yourself to absolutely anybody. The Ten of Cups shows very favorable news when it comes to your relationship life. We will delve more deeply into this in the patron only part, which is just about to come up at this point, group number 1. So the Ten of Cups shows fulfillment. We'll talk about home life, we'll talk about kids, number of kids, when and where you're going to meet this person. The Ten of Cups shows a soulmate connection, someone with whom you will be with forever, and someone with whom you will build something substantial with. So group 1, we are at the end of your reading, or shall I say of the YouTube portion of your reading. I will now continue the reading on Patreon, and for all of you who made it to this point of the reading here on YouTube, thank you so much for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me. I truly appreciate you, and I hope that you can leave a fairy emoji below in the comment section. Let me and others know that you were here, that you chose the angel number 111 for the second part of your reading, or at this point probably about the fourth part of your reading, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, all of my gorgeous souls with an angel number 222. I hope that you're enjoying your highly personalized and super detailed reading so far about all of the messages that are fated and meant just for you. So let's get into it based on your angel number 222. In case you didn't know, in numerology, the number 2 is a number of balance, duality, and partnerships. So having this supercharged by the number 2 showing up 3 times definitely shows here that your partnerships are meant to last a lifetime and are meant to create a lot of change in your life in the long term. With Lady with a Bosch egg, I want you to know here that you are also being reminded of the importance of a connection and relationship with parents, grandparents, ancestors overall, maybe reading about what your ancestors went through, what kind of rituals they engaged in, and also reminding yourself that if you can have a relationship with parents and grandparents, this is not possible for everybody out of various reasons, but if you can mend a relationship, your angels are calling you to do so sooner rather than later. Next up within autumn is my last chance. Know that even if you've got a very trying relationship with a family member, don't lose hope. Trust me, group 222. I've been there, done that. I've had a very amazing relationship turn challenging, and I thought it could never turn back to what it once was. We would never get the closeness back that we once had, because now I just saw that person completely differently. And I actually went to therapy with this individual. I actually put in the work, and from a situation where I thought it would never turn good again and we would never be as close as we once were, actually things were able to turn around and we were able to find back together. So definitely understand that hope is the most important thing. When you lose hope and you fail to try things such as, therapy, such as talking to each other, even when you sometimes need to take a break and just say to yourself, today is not the day, try to continue to put your best foot forward. Try to continue to not lose hope with someone who you know could be an amazing part of your existence. But also, let's be real, not every family member is meant to even be part of your life, and that's where you have to know in your heart who is worth you investing a lot of time and energy into, and who will probably just always have to be kept at a distance from you. Next up, we've got Candy Cane Angel. In the Candy Cane Angel, your angels are telling you that it is time for a treat. Group 222, when's the last time you treated yourself? I mean, maybe it was just this morning and you got yourself a latte. Maybe it was a couple days ago you ordered yourself something nice. But do know here that regardless of whether it was just last week, this morning, or 3 months ago that you truly treated yourself, know that your guides and angels are trying to tell you to give yourself a little extra treat and not to feel guilty in any sense if you have this nudging feeling that, oh, maybe you're treating yourself too much, maybe you're not pushing yourself enough. No, don't feel guilty for napping. Maybe that is a treat for you, a free treat. Maybe a treat for you is ordering a new piece of clothing, or for example, a new tarot or oracle deck, a crystal. Don't feel bad for treating yourself well. After all, what do we work for? Just to pay bills? I mean, we're allowed to use some of those funds to live, to enjoy life. Know here within unconscious games that it is very possible that your mind is playing tricks on you in this aspect where you could just enjoy a moment. If you've spent the money anyways, you might as well just enjoy what you've spent it on. You might as well celebrate the occasion, but it can still be hard to let go of feelings of guilt or feelings of not having done the right thing and uncertainty and insecurity. So know here within unconscious games that you will have to take the lead. You will have to see that at the end of the day, you either master your mind or your mind will master you when it comes to these things. Take action. Journaling is a great way for you to come to a place of clarity and certainty with your goals, yourself, and what you want to accomplish. Taking action is also important when knowing that it's time to treat yourself. Okay, just do it. Don't overthink it. The time that you're spending overthinking treating yourself, you could have already made that money. You could have already kind of used that time for something else. If you are overthinking whether you should sleep in or nap or spend a whole day doing nothing, the time you're using to overthink is valuable too, and it's passing you by, and it could be used to soothe, to take action rather than to just overthink. You can do the treat and you can do the hard work. You don't necessarily just need to pick one. Know here within disconnect that if there is a lot of toxic hustle culture and work culture on your social media feed, whether that is Instagram, Facebook, maybe YouTube as well, a lot of organization, a lot of just productivity things, they can be good to a certain extent, and it can definitely give you inspiration, but sometimes it can also make you feel like you are behind. When you see people growing their businesses, their YouTube channels, their Instagram channels so rapidly, and kind of blowing up overnight, if you will, or at least that's what it seems like when they get a lot of attention very quickly, it can often trigger this feeling like you are lagging behind, like for some reason you're not doing your part as quickly as you could or should. It can make you feel as though you're being left behind too. So know here within disconnect that sometimes the best thing to do is to completely disconnect and reconnect with reality. Because when you look around the actual people who are in your community, who you're surrounded by, you will realize that really it's just that 0.1% that we're seeing that is portraying their life as growing so rapidly and everything happening so quickly. And to a certain extent, we also don't know what's true and what's just fictitious, right? What's just playing with social media. So when you actually look around, you'll see that you're doing pretty good. You are doing very well for your age, for where you came from compared to your peers or the people you went to school with at an earlier point in time. Know here within the new pearl that when you kind of are able to step away from overthinking whether you've done enough and just give yourself credit where credit is due for everything you've survived and been through and came out the other side still being someone who is kind, compassionate, caring, and would do anything for someone in need, you will see how invaluable that all of these experiences were, and that it's okay. Some people need a little bit more time to develop. Some people are late bloomers, not just physically, but also mentally, spiritually, and when it comes to the height of your career. Not to be horrible, but you know the people who, for example, in middle school were very cool, who maybe hit puberty very early. Sometimes those people also tend to then, a couple of years later, age very rapidly. Meanwhile, you've still got a baby face, you still look young, you still have your whole career ahead, and they already picked something where they maybe reached their height or the best time of their life before they even hit their 20s. And meanwhile, here you're going to be a slow burner. While they are, so to say, a candle that only burns for 10 hours, you are one that lasts for 120. And which one would you rather be? I would say you'd rather be the 120. You'd rather be who you are, take your time, but have those experiences really compound, really add up, and have your most successful time in life not already have come and gone before you're even 20, 25, or 30 years old. Next up, we've got the sap of the moon plant. So I want you to know here that it can be very sticky and difficult to step away from social media. That is clear, my gorgeous souls of group 222. It can be very addictive. It can be very compelling. It can just do this thing to you where it's hard to look away, right? And that is where, if you need to deactivate accounts, take the apps off of your home screen. When you delete them off of your screen, at least on the iPhone, it doesn't mean that it's completely gone. It's just not visible to you. And also just save everything. If you don't want to delete certain things due to memories, take screenshots, put it in a folder on your laptop, organize it nicely. And trust me, that anxiety of losing memories or that attachment that you have to it will slowly fade away and will slowly dissolve as you have a solution to getting rid of that attachment. Next up, we've got the virgin's milk. So here within the virgin's milk, know that for someone on this earth, you are the most precious thing that they have ever encountered. And I also want you to know here that they want you to be as pure as possible when it comes to, and I'm not just talking having encounters with people, sleeping with people. Okay, let's just be direct. Group 222. That's not what I mean. I mean not coming in contact with people who consume substances that are addictive. You know what I'm saying? Not being too lost in a group of people who just gossip, who never have anything nice to say about others, who always complain. They want a very innocent, childlike you. They appreciate that. They love that. They adore that. That is what draws them in. That is what will draw your forever soulmate, twin flame to you. The fact that in a way you still have this naive, childlike side to you that was never spoiled. In the great work, I'm definitely hearing here that your parents did a great job. That is not to praise every parent, because sometimes them doing a bad job actually means that they've done a good job. Let me explain to you, group 222. If, for example, you had to be mature from an early age, you've got trauma. There's no such thing as a mature child, and a child should not have to be mature. A child should not be praised for being so mature and so wise beyond their years. That is a coping mechanism that children have to develop when no one's looking out for them. When no one is making sure that they're okay and protected, they have no choice but to protect themselves. And I don't know why this is celebrated so much. We should celebrate kids being able to be kids, appropriate to their age, and giving them responsibility, again, that is age appropriate, not putting so much on their plate at an early age that they are parentified, that they become almost the parent in the relationship. But this is what I'm hearing in the great work from your guides. For some of us, for sure, the fact that we maybe weren't as protected as we should have been, or we had a lot of responsibility for an early age, doesn't even have to be your parents' fault. Maybe they were ill, maybe they were struggling with being an immigrant in a country they didn't know or they didn't speak the language. Maybe they never had a great education and they tried the best with you, but they just didn't quite understand certain aspects that they were doing were more harmful than good. Certain parenting styles were more harmful than helpful. And that's okay. Sometimes when these things happen, they do shape us and they give us skills that we would have never developed had we had a perfect childhood or a perfect upbringing, or one with no trauma, no struggle, and no challenges whatsoever. Now, that is, of course, not to say these challenges are good or that they are something we should encourage. But let's not just say, oh, it's your fault I'm like this negatively. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's your fault I've got childhood trauma because you treated me this way. We can also say, it's your fault that I am now so resilient that I don't give up because, yeah, you allowed other kids to bully me or you were never really there for me. So in a way, the good things are your fault sometimes too. It's your fault that I can now stand up for myself, that I'm smart, that I know not to be fooled by people's BS or people's empty words. So let's also give credit where credit is due for ways in which, thanks to someone's failure, it did make you stronger and it did make you better. And that's not to let them off the hook. It's just to say, you know what, at the end of the day, thanks to you being such a crappy boyfriend or such a crappy partner, I learned what my worth was, and I'm happy you were not even an inch better, because then maybe I would have wasted more of my time thinking I was the issue or thinking that you could actually change. Next up, we've got the blue lace agate. So in the blue lace agate, finding your calm comes the more you get to know yourself, your capabilities, and the more you become at ease and at peace with the fact that these lessons were meant for you to grow your confidence and your resilience. We have a card that popped out of the pile, which is the Angelite. Within the Angelite, know that support is all around you, and there are most likely a lot of people who have experienced something similar that you've experienced. If there's any feeling or experience here on planet Earth that you're going through and you sometimes feel like you're alone in it, remind yourself that there is definitely someone on the face of this planet, probably a lot more people than you're aware of, who have felt the same, who have gone through the same. And there are also often a lot of ways in which you can connect with these people or find these people. There are a lot of groups, for example, for children of narcissistic parents. There are a lot of different groups of people who had an ED, who are struggling with recovery but supporting one another, people who dealt with depression. There are just so many ways in which you can connect with other people who have gone through what you're currently going through, or who are in the same spot as you are, or maybe just trying to overcome the challenges. And connecting with like-minded people can give you such a feeling of support and understanding. Going to therapy is very important as well, if you can, of course, afford it. Otherwise, journaling is like free therapy. I swear, group number 2. It is one of the most magical ways in which you can work on traumatic experiences, in which you can work on your self-esteem and do something you feel proud of, be disciplined. Because when you are engaged in journaling and you do so regularly, you will feel very proud once you see your journal filling up and those pages being filled with your words, your thoughts, your experiences, and aspirations. The hematite is a stone that is all about grounding yourself. So one message in correlation to disconnecting is that a disconnection from social media outlets is actually going to ground you rather than make you miss out. Because if you're someone who has FOMO, fear of missing out, then you may fear that the world will move on and you won't even know what's going on, what's happening in the world, especially if you disconnect from news. But trust me, it is the best decision you will possibly make, because you will be at ease and at peace to a level you haven't experienced before. Like for me, for example, group 222, I do not ever listen to or watch news outlets since years, and I'm still alive. I am still doing pretty well, I would say. I've still got a successful YouTube channel. I still run a successful business. Of course, maybe in the future I will have to read 1 or 2 things, but I will do so in a controlled manner, because now I know just how harmful constantly watching the news can truly be and truly is, because you get hooked on the negativity, because that's what it usually is. It's just negativity. And I want you to know that even the news that you are consuming, it's just such a tiny fraction of what's really going on in the world, that you will never be able to fully know what's happening in every corner of planet Earth. So where do you draw the line? Because a lot of us get hooked on the news. We watch it or listen to it first thing in the morning, and we already start our day with a little bit of fear, because you're hearing people getting hurt in these areas, people getting kind of played in business, financially, and scams, all of these things. And it already makes you start your day on a negative note, compared to, for example, meditating, grounding yourself, having a practice, journaling. Of course, consuming a little bit of news can be important depending on what your professional life is about, but first learning to do so in a targeted way is very important for your mental health and sanity. So when I will start to read the news or watch the news again, I will make sure that it is only in the areas that affect my business, for example, if that's why I'm watching the news, because otherwise there's no other reason to be too tuned into it, rather than just really getting what you need and then leaving. Next up, we've got the aragonite. Now, the aragonite is such a gorgeous crystal. I actually own an aragonite that I'm so proud of. I love it so much. I've had it for, I would say, like 4 or 5 years, and it's been one of my favorite crystals. And the aragonite is a crystal that helps you to release your emotional baggage. And we have been talking about traumas, which of course is very close to emotional baggage. I would say it is emotional baggage. It's almost the same thing, really. And I want you to also know here, and that when it comes to this emotional baggage, letting go of it is, in a way, very much your responsibility, because you're the only one who can. And that's where things are a little unfair and tricky. You don't give yourself the trauma, but it becomes somehow your responsibility to deal with it, to get rid of it, to work through it. And that's why I feel like therapy should be covered. And it is being covered a lot more by health insurances and by the government, but I think it needs to really become the norm that therapy is included in every child, teenager's, and adult's person's life, because it is so important. And none of us are responsible for our traumas. It's usually caused by society, by other people, and it's like we cause each other trauma. I mean, I may have traumatized someone traumatized me. Sometimes it is quote unquote on purpose. Sometimes it's done out of frustration. Sometimes it just happens without you even realizing. So as a society, as a community, I feel as though it should definitely be something that is the norm, that you don't have to be in a financial situation where you can afford it in order to get help. I feel like anybody should be able to get help, to be able to go to therapy. I see here within the Three of Blades that what is important for you is to release this emotional baggage, or it will cause some sort of agony and pain within you that you will later down the line experience and feel. The Three of Blades, I know it looks like a bit of a scary card, but don't feel as though this is something that you can't overcome or change. We spoke about journaling, we spoke about therapy. There are many ways in which you can slowly start to work on some emotional baggage and trauma. And I see here in the King of Crystals that this is the person who will help you wildly with that. The King of Crystals is someone who is older than you. So this could be, for example, a therapist that's very experienced. The suit of crystals is the suit of the element of fire. So Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. This King of Crystals is someone who is very confident in themselves and their abilities, and they have been working in their field for a long time. So they know what they're doing, and they can give amazing life advice, not just on a professional scale, but also through the things that they have experienced in their personal life. Next up, we have got the Five of Pentacles. Now, within the Five of Pentacles, do know here that when it comes to fated messages you are meant to receive, know that parting from your money, if that helps you to release emotional baggage, will be a well-worthy investment. If you are ever very apprehensive to spend money on yourself, group 222, we've got to work on that, okay? Because you deserve to spend some money on yourself. You deserve to treat yourself. Why do you feel as though you have to first earn it, sweat, cry, and work for it? Why don't you feel that just by default you deserve these things? This is what we need to look into. This is a fated message you are meant to receive here from the Queen of Cups, which is a motherly figure, a grandmotherly figure. This is especially accurate if you are unable to have these conversations with your mom or your grandmother for whatever reason. They may not be alive anymore. You may not have that sort of relationship at this point in time. Know that the Queen of Cups is like a motherly figure saying to you that you are deserving and worthy of all of these things that you sometimes doubt that you are worthy of. This is an empress figure, a matriarch, someone who has seen, who has experienced, who has lived a couple extra decades than you have. It can even be a goddess that you think of within your imagination. So if you think of what a goddess looks like, what a woman of power seems like, that is if you don't have this person in your life. Just before your eyes, see what that individual would be like and what she would say to you. This divine feminine energy that is pure love, that is telling you that you deserve, that you should, that you can, and to take the utmost care of yourself because you're deserving of it. That's what we've got here within the Queen of Cups for you, as a huge reminder, a huge push to do things for yourself that are way overdue, group 222. So we'll delve a little more deeply into what those things are and a little more into your career as well in the patron only portion, which I'm going to delve into now. So if you're interested in that, the link is below in the description box so I continue the reading on Patreon. However, for all of you who have been here on this journey on YouTube and you've made it all the way to the end of the YouTube portion of your reading, thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. Leave a little red apple emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you watched your reading all the way to the end and that you belong to angel number 222. I'm sending you a ton of love, care, and hugs, and I cannot wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my gorgeous souls within angel number 333. I'm so excited to get into this part of your prediction. Know that in numerology, the number 3 is a number of expression, groups, and growth. So having this amplified by 3, as you've got the angel number 333, definitely shows that you are meant to grow immensely with a group of like-minded individuals where you can express yourself freely. So let's see what Spirit has as some further fated messages that are meant for you. So first up, we've got the dress of alchemy. Release your power. Group 333. Don't be afraid to say what you think. And in case you haven't noticed yet, the dress of alchemy corresponds to the master number 33. So all numbers with 3. Everything that has to do with 333 or 333, this is your number, group 333. This is an important numerological sequence for you, and I want you to write this down. I want you to make sure that moving forward, whenever you see an angel number 333, you know that this is a sign, it's a symbol, it's no coincidence. The first card that we receive in any reading is always the most important card, the most telling one, the most meaningful one, and having this show up here is no coincidence. By far not. So let's move further into your reading and knowing that where we are right now, all of the messages that we are receiving are meant for you, undoubtedly. We've got the Violet Duchess as well as the 2 little witches. Here within the Violet Duchess, I want you to know that we have this notion of being stifled, bored, or stuck. Should you fail to release your power like we spoke about here within the dress of alchemy. I also want you to know here within the Violet Duchess that the number 18 that it corresponds to is actually a number that you can divide by 3. So when you divide 18 by 3, we receive 6, which again can be divided by 3. So we divide 6 with 2 and we receive 3. So just this number 3 continues to follow you around in different ways, shapes, and forms. Here within the 2 little witches, we've got the number 30, which of course is 10 times 3. And again, we've got the number 3 embedded. The 2 little witches are all about magical space clearing, time, and understanding here that sometimes in order to get unstuck, you have to invest some time and energy in clearing and cleansing your space. So removing old things that no longer serve you, that don't have a purpose, or are even reminders of your past. Like if you've ever lived with someone, for example, you may still have some of their belongings or just some things that you collected with that person during the time that you were good. And you may want to get rid of those things because those can be constant subconscious reminders of pain, of what you thought was a hopeful relationship that turned out to actually be just someone who wasn't trustworthy, just a reminder of how you can't really know anyone fully, sadly, or at least that's how it feels like sometimes. And we had a card that popped out of the pile that I just picked up for you, which is all about claiming your energy. Know here that this has nothing to do with superstition, group 333. It is really a subconscious reminder every time you walk by something in your home, and it just reminds you of like a time in your life that wasn't great. It will subconsciously affect you and drag you down and not be good for you in the long term. Trust, believe, I've been there, done that. Just get rid of the items. It's not going to serve you in any way, shape, or form. Nothing good is going to come out of keeping something that isn't of any worth or true value, that you don't absolutely love, that keeps reminding you about hurt and pain and agony. Know here within rehabilitation that it is largely also your responsibility to rehabilitate yourself, right? By removing things that make you relapse, emotionally speaking. And by relapse, emotionally speaking, I mean, getting rid of the photos, okay, delete them. If you really still want to keep them somewhere as a memory, or because you have a lot of photos with people that you no longer speak to, but you still want to see what you looked like at that time in your life, what your style was like, maybe where you lived, the people that you did used to hang out with, and you want to be able to just keep it. There are various ways you can do this. Put it on a drive, put it on a memory stick, on a external hard drive, put it in a folder, and then delete the photos off of your cell phone, delete the photos off of your Instagram, off of your Facebook, your archives on there. Just get rid of these things, because really you have to make sure that you take care of you, because if you don't do this, who else will? No one is going to come to you and say to you, hey, I think you're being triggered on a daily basis by all of these old past memories that are still floating around, and I really think that we should go through these and delete these things and go through like thousands of pictures and years worth of memories. The only person that can do this for you, that can reclaim your energy, is you, my beautiful souls of group 333. So don't take this task lightly, and don't feel as though it is not worth investing this time and energy in reclaiming your energy again. Next up, we've got prioritize reflection and tell it like it is. It is very important that you reflect on the ways in which you cope, the ways in which you deal with challenging situations, how you choose to overcome difficulties, and how you choose to speak to people when you're irritated or when you're going through a tough time. Within Tell It Like It is really important that you are always honest and outspoken, but sometimes, these people, and with these people, I don't want to put them all in a box, but I just mean the type of person who says, well, I'm just being honest. Like, I don't know why this is hurting your feelings. I'm just being brutally honest. There's nothing wrong with being brutally honest. Well, do we need to be brutal? Is being honest not enough? That is where it's okay for you to speak up, even though a lot of people will try to cover up their hurtful opinions by just saying, I'm just being honest. And then they say, can I not express my opinion? Can't I say how I feel? Of course you can say how you feel, sweetie. However, it is not about what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. It's not about being honest. It's about the fact that you feel entitled to be brutal in your honesty. And that's where prioritizing reflection and seeing whether you deserve some of the ways in which people are speaking to you, and whether sometimes they are out of line, and then speaking up for yourself is very important. And unfortunately, depending on how you grew up, how capable your parents were to see this or to teach you this, and this is not to say anything about your parents, maybe they did the best that they could, but in many instances, if we think about it, like if your parent was a single mom or an immigrant or just new in town, maybe they were dealing with their own physical, mental, and health challenges. So maybe they themselves didn't have the time or the confidence to teach you to speak up for yourself. Maybe they just told you to stay low, to lay low, so that you don't end up sticking out negatively in school, and then maybe you get flunked, you don't pass the tests, you don't make it to the next grade, you have to repeat, you don't get good grades. So you may have even been taught to just keep quiet, to just know that, okay, this is a teacher, this is another student, whatever, just don't even pay it too much mind, even when they're doing you wrong. Just kind of remember that they are in a position of authority, or not to rock the boat, not to ruffle feathers. And as an adult, this can sometimes actually result in you having to relearn or learn for the first time how to say it like it is, how to speak up for yourself, and not feel ashamed or overthink telling someone off for when what they're doing is wrong. Next up, we've got the King of Blades. Now, the King of Blades is a strong indication of the fact that you will find it in you to stand up for yourself and be very direct and clear about what you're going to accept and what not. The King of Swords is actually the king of the intellectual realm. This is the king of everything that's about justice. This is a very articulate and ethical and well-studied individual. This is someone who academically has accomplished a lot, and I want you to know here that just having that kind of energy and that drive within you to express how you feel, to be able to say when something is wrong, we need more of that in this world. I see here within the Five of Pentacles that you're at a point where your morals and your values are way more important to you than any dollar sign, and sometimes you will find that by just being real and standing up for what you believe is right, you will sometimes have to pass up on some quick cash. Okay, so for example, working in an industry where you can tell a lot of improvements can be made, and just speaking your truth may result in you switching jobs eventually because you just cannot take a toxic work environment anymore. And in the short term, you're passing up maybe on a promotion on that job in general, but in the long term, you will be able to find a occupation and that you really, really resonate with, that is on the same moral level as you're trying to practice your life on, and that has the same kind of integrity that you are trying to put out into the world. Now, the Two of Cups shows two people pouring into one another, and this is actually one of the most favorable cards. I would even say the best card when it comes to romantic relationships. The Two of Cups is a card of care, of love, of deep, intimate connection, and of two people being in this relationship. So not being in a relationship where infidelity is a big topic or even something to discuss at all. And the Page of Pentacles shows that this will also allow you to thrive when it comes to any new job that you're starting, any new profession, because you have got a very solid home life, and therefore you can really focus at work. You're not overthinking what's going on at home, therefore you can really truly zoom in on the issues that you're dealing with professionally and the challenges and obstacles that you would like to overcome there. And then when you come home, it's like a vacation with your person. I see here within Quicksilver that you're being reminded of the fact that sometimes our society can teach us some very toxic and venomous ways of seeing, for example, success as just being something financial, just being something that has to do with work. Success is so much deeper and so much more profound, and so is wealth, right? Being wealthy and being rich, I would say, are two different things. When you're wealthy, you've got a spiritual life, you've got excellent health, you've got great relationships. And the same goes here with Quicksilver and understanding that certain ways in which we were taught to believe that having a mindset of abundance when it comes to finances only, like that is the most important thing, that is toxic, because when you're only going for that, then it is very difficult to find pleasure in work, because there's a reason why artists, for example, when they're fully in their lane, when they're fully in their creative selves, that's usually when they really blow up, not when they're just trying to make money. I see here within the separation card that we have to separate the fact that financial abundance often has nothing to do with just working hard. You also need to be very, very much inspired and passionate about what you're doing. There's so many people who work so hard. Just think about it. Construction workers, people who clean, people who, for example, work in nursing homes, they work very, very hard. A lot of them are also extremely passionate about what they do. However, just hard work does not get you to the freedom that you're maybe looking for when it comes to wealth and richness, financially speaking. You need passion and you also need strategy, because as mentioned, if you're, for example, someone who's a teacher, a nurse, you're passionate about what you're doing and you work hard, but that may still not get you to a point of the financial stability you're looking for. And then maybe you have to add those two bits alongside some innovation, like for example, creating some online courses that are in the field where you're an expert. It could be having some sort of services that you offer to people where you can show all of the experiences that you've learned up until this point, and you're selling that knowledge. And definitely understand here that there's so many different ways in which you can add your hard work, your passion, and innovation in order to create an existence that you're truly proud of and that you feel is in line with your dream life, with where you see your life going overall. Next up, we have got the pyrite. Now, the pyrite is a crystal of abundance, and literally it is saying to let the money flow in. So we just discussed the formula of financial success and how it is so much more than just hard work or than just showing up. It is passion, it's innovation, it's looking at where there is a need or a void and filling that need and void. And know here within the pyrite that letting just things flow in once you're in your zone will come effortlessly, and because you're working hard and you're passionate, you also won't feel like, oh, this is too much, I can't accept this, I'm, receiving too much attention, too much wealth. No. If you have ever felt uncomfortable about the thought of you being very wealthy, I want you to know that this will disintegrate when you're doing what you're meant to do, because you know that the more you also receive, the bigger you can make your business, your art, your craft, the more people you can help, and the more you can actually use what you're good at to make a positive change in the world. Within the adventure in, you are creating your own luck. That is a message that you're being reminded of by your guides and angels. If you ever felt as though you're going through a very unlucky streak, remind yourself that you create your own luck. You don't need to wait for anything or anyone to become luckier or to have better fortune. You do that by making sure your thoughts are aligned with positive thoughts, for starters. If you're constantly thinking of lack, you will attract more lack. Know here within the angel aura quartz, it is a time for you to lighten up, especially when there are a lot of dark clouds that are swirling above your head. That is the most important time of your life to lighten up. When things are the most difficult, that's when you should be the most grateful, the most lighthearted, the most kind to yourself for your progress, the most encouraging. That is when you have to nip the overthinking in the bud so you do not continue to attract the things you don't want, because where your thoughts go is also where your energy flows. The moonstone shows that it's time for you to live your purpose, to no longer exist or just do a job because you have to or because it allows you to finance your life and to pay rent. It is time to actually live your purpose, and you will become more successful than you ever dreamt of when you align the things we discussed earlier, when you have your little formula that you've put together of passion, hard work, innovation, and filling a need that we've got within the society. Because trust me, there is something that is unique to you, an amazing skill that you have, which is extremely valuable and people would pay to learn. Now, group 333, we will delve even further into what these skills may be, also how you can create a career and life that is truly in line with your goals and aspirations. So this will be the patron only part of the video. If you're interested in watching it, my patron is linked below in the description box, so feel free to check it out. And for all of my beautiful souls here on YouTube, we are at the end of the YouTube portion of this reading, and I hope that you've enjoyed it and that you found it insightful and fun, that you felt felt held and you feel healed, and you've got a great idea of what to do moving forward after receiving these fated messages that were meant just for you. So if you made it all the way to the end, as already mentioned, make sure that you leave a little crescent moon emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here and you made it to the end of this video. Know that I'm sending you so much love, so many well wishes and hugs, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my beautiful souls of angel number 444. How are you doing, and how have you been liking this relaxing, healing space on the internet so far? I hope that you have been thoroughly enjoying our time together. In case you didn't know, in numerology, the number 4 is the number of manifestation as well as stability. So do know here that this is a number that brings good fortune, and maybe that's also why you intuitively felt drawn to this particular angel number. So let's get into your reading and figure out what more fated messages that you must receive that were meant just for you, group 444. First up, we've got the storm angel. This is not just a beautiful depiction of a storm angel, but it also shows here that what you're meant to hear is that there are collisions of belief styles, attitudes, and energies that you can easily weather and deal with. And we will figure out precisely on what area of life we are speaking of and how you can successfully deal with anything that's being thrown in your direction, group 444. So we have I am Kali. I am Kali shows you that from death comes rebirth. If there is a relationship in your life where the opinions are just too different, where there's someone with whom you're constantly arguing with, it could be a parent, a teacher, someone you work with or work for, and there is just too much of friction between you. Sometimes you've got to understand that certain relationships need to come to an end so you can build new ones, right? As we spoke about, from death comes rebirth. That is what I am Kali stands for, with all of our little skulls that this beautiful individual has around their neck, and their very serious demeanor about the fact that, you know what, if something comes to an end, that just means a new beginning elsewhere. When one door closes, a window opens. That's what we've got as a fated message for you here, to not be sad or worried, but to know that with every ending comes a new beginning. In Nautilus Princess, we've got powerful personal growth. You are going through a time of extreme personal growth. It's happening rapidly. It's happening in a way that is so powerful, more powerful than you've ever experienced in the past, angel number 444. And I want you to understand here that powerful personal growth is also always connected to strong emotions. The Nautilus Princess has this very watery vibe to her, as you can see here, a bit of a mermaid vibe almost. And I can definitely see here that with this watery mermaid kind of vibe, we've got the element of emotion, because in case you didn't know, water as an element connects to your emotional life, your intuition, and it is a feminine portal of energy. I see here within Be Open to Receiving that one thing that you maybe didn't realize is that you are blocking off some blessings by not being fully open to receiving. And that doesn't mean that you are just being told, hey, would you like $50,000, and you say no, or hey, would you like a new car, and you say no, thank you, universe. That's not what we're referring to here, group 444. I mean the subtle ways in which the universe is showing you its offerings. It could be, for example, getting an opportunity for a job interview that you pass up on, or even just receiving an email from someone who wants to work with you and you reply way too late, so they just kind of fizzle away, or they think you're not taking it seriously. Being open to receiving also has to do with not leaving anything on the table. And if there are outstanding tasks on your to-do list, do those to clear them up so you can receive new tasks by the universe for which you will be rewarded. Like, for example, I still have a lot of accounting to do for my business, for Bow Life. And I feel as though until I have cleared that up from my to-do list, it will be hard to really get a lot of extra abundance in, because I still have some things that just need to be done before I can be fully open to receiving. Next up, within Connect with Nature, know here, group 444, that connecting with nature is the best way in which you can not only ground yourself, but also reflect on the powerful personal growth that you are going through. Connecting with nature provides you with a safe space where you can be away from social media. I hope so, at least. So leave your phone at home, or kind of disconnect it from the internet when you're not using it and you're outdoors. Leaving your phone at home is not always the best idea, especially if you're going somewhere that you don't know. I would always say safety first. However, try to not be on your phone unnecessarily. You get the vibe, group 444. So know here within Connect with Nature, which I love this card. It is actually the card that is on the box on the cover of the Wild Muse Oracle, as you can see here. And it is truly inspired by not only being immersed in nature and feeling at home in nature, but also expressing your sensuality without any problems. So know here that a message meant to find just you is the fact that you can settle into your body without feeling embarrassed or uncomfortable. Remind yourself here in Claim Your Energy that there are a lot of parts of life or of our human existence that can make us a little insecure or even drag us down from time to time. And that's where you've got to remind yourself that you are in charge of your energy. You are in charge of how you feel about your body. And even if right now you kind of are not 100% happy with something, there is always a way to make it better. Just like, for example, there are wildly successful entrepreneurs who started from zero, from nothing, who lived under a bridge, who had no support from anybody, not friends, not family, not their community, but they found a way to still create the life that they desired. They still found a way to become successful, to do the things that they needed to do in order to get to where they are today, where people look up to them, where people see them as a source of inspiration. So know here within spring that it cannot always be winter. It cannot always be a tough time. Eventually spring will come and things will get easier. Spring is a great time for you to plant seeds for the future. For example, starting a stock portfolio, investing in different stocks, starting that process, that is spring, because the compounding, the fact that stocks can exponentially increase their value when you just let it be. This is a long-term game. This is a game for your lifetime, where in 10, 20 years, all of a sudden, the money that you put in there that you just would set and forget, it doesn't have to be a lot. It could be $10 a month, $100 a month, however much you can put away without overthinking it or needing to take it out. Know here that planting those seeds can create an incredible amount of abundance and financial stability in the future. But the same thing goes for planting seeds in relationships. If you, from the beginning or from a fresh start with someone after a difficult time, or after a time of being single, you already set healthy boundaries and standards, and you put rules up for the relationship in order to make this connection as healthy as it possibly can be. Know that this will pay off in the long term. You're planting the seeds for a successful future. The person you choose to be with, romantically speaking, that's one of the most important choices you will make in your entire life, group 444. And know here within Ash that an important part for you to bear in mind is that even when you think you've gotten rid of something from the past, like you've healed, you've moved on, know that even when you burn something, there is still some residue. There is still ash, right? It is not just evaporated and poof, gone. If you throw something in a fire, there still will be some remnants of the fact that there was a fire, that something was burnt or destroyed. It's like if you hurt yourself, if you cut yourself, of course it will heal, you will move on, you will sort of forget about it, but you will most likely still have some sort of scar that remembers you of what you healed from and what you went through. So do know here that this is nothing to feel ashamed of, or that you should feel is like baggage that never goes away. It is simply complete life experience. And we need to stop shaming people for their life experience, for the fact that maybe they still have tattoos, some sort of remnants, something from their past, maybe the fact that you can't erase that you have been divorced one time, or you have had multiple kids by multiple people. We need to stop shaming people for the fact that they lived, they experienced, they took risks, they tried things. They were unafraid to follow what they thought was right at the time. And of course, a lot of these things by society's standards are frowned upon. But when we look at ourselves and people who have done things that have left scars, remnants, maybe even created human lives, this shows that there was some sort of conviction to do something, to plant a seed, to create. And just because maybe not everything turned out precisely as they should have or as the person dreamt of, we should not put dishonor on anyone else or ourselves for just trying, for just doing, for being fearless. Next up, we've got the shungite. So the shungite is all about detoxing your life and removing any type of gossipy negativity out of your vicinity. So if there are friends, neighbors, just acquaintances that are constantly talking about other people, trust and believe they are talking about you as well. You are not exempt from that. They're just not doing it in front of you. So if there's someone that always has some sort of thing to share about another person, a detail about their private life, just gossip in general, you may even suspect that they're making things up out of thin air. Detox your life from that type of company. Know here within the turquoise that prioritizing your health is the most important thing that you can do at this point in time. Your body needs you right now. That is an important fated message that is meant just for you, group 444. Take care of your physical body at this point in time. Prioritize your health, because you know what? You've only got one body. Sometimes you've only got a few shots at getting your health back to where it should be, physically as well as mentally. Don't play yourself, okay? Don't play with your health, because a lot of people think that the most valuable things that they have are their assets, their homes, their cars, their jobs, whatever. But the most valuable thing you actually have is your ability to make money, your ability to even sustain yourself. Because if that runs out, everything else is going to leave sooner rather than later. And I want you to know here within the agate that getting yourself back into balance, if you are, for example, someone who identifies as female, and this little agate crystal is something you can, in a way, see as a body part of yours, if you know what I mean. After all, we got to stay PG-13 on here. Know that sometimes getting back into balance also means exploring your body, your sensuality, touching your body, giving yourself sensual massages, and so on. The agate is all about moving yourself from a place of feeling uncomfortable, out of balance, out of whack, to a space where you know that you have opened the door to coming back into balance, and you're not allowing for anyone to walk through that door who doesn't have your best interest at heart. The golden healer quartz is all about opening the door, but also being very selective about who you open your doors to. Just like in Vampire Diaries, if you guys used to watch that series, I was obsessed. Don't invite people in without knowing who they are, without being sure, because once you've invited someone in, oh my God, they can wreak complete havoc on your life, your existence. They can even end you, okay? They can even terminate your lease on life, group 444. So be very careful, and know that when our parents used to say that you have to be careful who you mix up with, what friend group you get involved with, it is really that serious, not just as a teenager, but even in your adult life. Like getting mixed up with the wrong group, it is really a serious threat to your well-being, your financial security, and your physical and mental health. Sometimes you've just got to be by yourself. I see that here in the Hermit. It is better to be in a smaller friend circle, or to have no friends, to just be in your own company, than to be around people that could potentially be harmful to you, all of my gorgeous souls of group 444. Know here within the Hermit that having your own company and your own back is worth so much more than having a lot of friends that you don't know whether you can even truly count on. And the Ten of Blades is indicative that you have been through some disappointments that have made you a bit of an introvert, because you know how human beings can be. You know how people can deceive or pretend to be your friend, pretend to be there for you, but actually they are running their mouths behind your back. Actually, they are not interested in your well-being or keeping your best interest at heart at all. And I definitely want you to understand here that when you have that feeling about another person, listen to it. Don't risk your sanity. Don't risk your peace for anything. The price is too high. Group 444, the Page of Blades shows here that you will go back to a place of studying, of learning, and of finding a different way to express yourself. So going back to school will teach you new vocabulary and new skills also for your career. And I want you to know that being a student for life, that's your vibe. You never feel like you already know everything. And that's what also makes you a very likable person and quite literally a star, because you are never sick or tired of learning. You feel like you can always do better in your craft, in your relationships, your meditation, your yoga practice, whatever it is. Know here in the star that the things that you love, you can work on them for your entire lifetime and you will still feel like you have a lot to learn. You will still find people on the face of this earth that you feel like you can learn from, you can benefit from, and that is what makes you someone who is so likable and special. Know here within the Devil card, which I don't even want you to worry about whatsoever. Don't be afraid of the Devil card. It is not anything negative whatsoever. The Devil simply represents that there is some sort of seductive and, in a way, a little bit addictive thing going on here that you're being made aware of. It could be, for example, social media addiction. It could be caffeine. It could be a substance that I am not allowed to name on here. It could be something like even consuming alcoholic beverages. Be aware of the fact that just because these things are socially acceptable or by society standards are the norm doesn't make them good or okay. It doesn't mean that it is good for your body or your psyche. I truly believe that, for example, alcohol consumption actually removes that psychic ability in you. If you're intoxicated, it actually doesn't allow you to feel through your heart, to listen to your intuition, because your judgment is clouded. How can you listen to something? It is an alteration of your state of being and your desires through a substance that is toxic to your body, that is essentially like poison to your body. It is not healing. It is not bringing out the truth. It is simply poisoning and harming you. Here within the Faceless Ghost and the Haunted Girl, know here that a lot of people, when they get too enmeshed in the wrong group, or it becomes too normal, for example, to drink alcohol or to do other things that alter your psyche, they start to turn almost soulless. You can sometimes see that when you see photographs of people who are famous. Not to say that it only happens to famous people, it happens to regular people as well, but we don't usually see photographs of them when they started their career and then where they are now. But maybe you've seen before when celebrities have these before and after photos of when they just started out and they seemed fresh and young, impressionable, but also in a way very excited and full of love, energy, and soul. And then years later or decades later, it seems like they're almost soulless, like they have become ghost people, like we've got here within the Faceless Ghosts and the Haunted Girl. Like they're still doing what they need to do. They're doing their concerts, they are doing their photos, their social media or whatever, but it's like they're dead behind their eyes, like there's nothing there. And that is what you are being called to be very careful with, that you never lose that part of you that connects to the purest you, who you truly are. Know here within the sea storm that you can stay calm amid chaos without needing any kind of substances, and especially if you're used to substances or pills or just calming agents, it can be hard to kind of get rid of that connection or habit, or it may even take a lot of time if there's a prescription that you've got. But there are many ways in which you can detach from feeling like you're dependent on something to calm you. But it will be hard at first, because when you're used to it, your body needs it in order to find calm. So the first little bit can be difficult, whether it's weaning yourself off of sugar or drinking too much caffeine, or even some sort of alcoholic beverages, smoking, nicotine, things like that. But once you kind of find a coping mechanism, it could be every time you get a craving, forcing yourself to meditate, forcing yourself to, instead of eat refined sugar, eat a fruit, and you will find that you can slowly wean yourself off and take back control of your body, your cravings, your psyche, and what you feel compelled to do. But know here that we've all got things we struggle with. You are not exclusively the only one. I too have certain habits, or let's call it addictions. I mean, sugar is a big one for me. And I definitely want you to understand that you've got the fullest support from me, your guides, and your angels. I keep hearing support. We support you. We're here for you. Believe, trust in yourself. And that is precisely the final fated message that you are meant to receive here. I do want you to know that I will continue this prediction on Patreon. So if you want access to that members only part, check out my Patreon. It is linked below in the description box. But other than that, my gorgeous souls of group 444, please do know that you are so unconditionally loved and valued, and to never doubt that fact. Make sure you leave a crystal ball emoji below to let me and others know that you felt drawn to angel number 444 and you watched your reading all the way to the end. I mean, we spent a lot of time with each other at this point, but let me know that you're a real one and that you are here for your entire personal tarot card reading. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, Group 4. I can't even put into words how much I love you and how thankful and grateful I am for you. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings.